巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなんだってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
Unsuspecting. Oh my goodness, I forgot to change everything. Oh my goodness, everything is back to how it was. Oh well. You know, it kind of fits. Minus the fact that there's a little spelly in the corner. I'll fix that in a second. Welcome in, everyone. I hope my microphone's working. I'm trying to put my stuff together. Hello. Hi. Here, wait, let me get rid of the small spelling. I don't know what I named it. Is it this one? Okay. I was like, that's not supposed to be there. I could have both though. I don't want to open both programs though. That's a lot. That's a lot. Double spelling? No, it's Monday. A little scuff, bro. I get so much scuff throughout the whole week. It's not even just a Monday thing. All right. We have so much to go over and so little time. So, if you guys aren't already, firstly, feel free to check out my Twitter, because on Twitter, I've been posting all weekend, a little bit before, and all weekend I've been posting a story. You guys are gonna hate me. Please don't hate me, I swear. So I thought it would be fun to read the story together. I thought that would be swell. All right. I will pull it up. I gotta find it first. Oh my goodness, you guys are gonna be like, what the hell? Ah! Thanks for the drink. Guess what I'm gonna be drinking today? Well, I'm gonna start with water first to get some water in my system, but then we're gonna drink something else. God. Mm. Oh my gosh, Monday scuff. Hey, just keep in mind we're all perfectly fine the way we are. Heck yeah. All right. So this is what I'll be reading from. It's a bit of a oh crap. Did I do that right? It's a bit of a long story. Oh, I need to give like full credit to Maestro. Maestro actually wrote the entire story. And let me give him a shout out real quick. Plus, Maestro's gonna be doing more VR stuff today. By the way, if you guys want to come and hang out in VR chat, here you go. There's Maestro. Oh my goodness, I can't spell.
Yes. My lady.
Oh my goodness. But yes, Maestro is my writer for this whole thing. So let me... Man, there's so much. I'm like... I didn't even realize what time it was. I'm gonna be completely honest, because I was like setting everything up, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Here is the main tweet that I'm gonna be reading from, because I put all of the parts over here. Hold on, I have to like... Help me! There we go. Over here. But I will bring it up on the screen as well. Let's see. Move this over here. Whee! if you have whatchamacallit, 2 monitors, you might be able to do both. Sorry, I'm trying to set it up now. Whee! But yeah, it's story time. So I'm gonna put on my best narrator voice. You guys feel free to just sit back and listen. Once I figure out how to do it. Grrr. Is it this one? Yes, but no. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. Wait. Please work. No! No! You were supposed to be the chosen one! Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get it to work now. Please work. Yes! Okay. Can you guys see this? Probably not super well. You can kind of see it. I'll move myself a little bit. Story time. All right, so I'm going to be reading from over here. You can read a little bit right now about what we did, but I'm essentially going to be reading... There we go. Perfect. I'm essentially going to be reading the whole story out loud because Maestro put a lot of work into writing it, and I think it deserves some, not only praise, but like... Oh crap, my microphone! No! Thank you for the stretch! I guess we have to lose the music again because my microphone's doing the thing again. I don't know what to do! I literally hear it. You know what, Spotify? I'm just gonna close you then. Let me see if that fixes anything. If that fixes stuff, I don't know. Thank you for the stretch. Ironic you said stretch, and I'm gonna sit here and drink some water. Hold on, wait. Okay, I'm stretching. Oh, stretching. Yeah, my microphone has been really pissing me off the last few days because it works and then it doesn't, and then it works and it doesn't, and I just don't know. I'm starting to think, because I like to restart my PC right before stream, and I don't know if that's a good thing then. Maybe I shouldn't be restarting my PC right before stream. Maybe I should restart it, like, way before stream. I do not know. Also, my microphone for my mouth also changed itself. Oh, no, wait. I don't think it changed. No, okay. It's not that it changed. It's that my microphone's broken right now. Come on, microphone. Work again. But yes, there is a story that we'll be reading called The Witch and the Rogue. I would love to have some actual, like, cinematic music. Let me just fix my mic myself. Alright, sorry to blow up your eardrums. There you go. I fixed it. Is it better now? Is it louder now? Oh, let me see if I can get some music. Hi, Bone Marrow. Some little music, because apparently if I blast the music, it gets really mad at me. Okay, let's see. Welcome in. World of Warcraft. Yes, yes. Yes, that's what I wanted. Gah. You had to put on noise canceling headphones? You go, oh no, not the storm. I don't have a storm. I have I have a heat wave coming through soon. Let me see if I can find the right kind of music for this. While I hope my microphone is working. Maybe this? Baldur's Gate. Alright, well, guess we're gonna do Baldur's Gate music. Can you guys hear that okay? Alright, let me know if my mic breaks again. Uh-oh. No, okay. Okay, so, the first part. Again, I'm reading this. Maestro wrote everything. He put so much work into this, so I hope you guys really like it. And I did a little bit of art for each one. Okay. Energy sprinted through the halls towards Spelly's office. They weaved between students along the way, determined to make it before the headmistress became involved in some sort of meeting or other. The doors to the office suddenly came into view. Phew! Made it, Energy thought. But their relief was short-lived as the office doors suddenly began to close. Energy zipped forward and leapt into the air to squeeze through the doors just as they closed. As one might imagine, a confused Spelly looked on as the little rogue sat in the middle of her office, panting in exhaustion. That was a close one, she chuckled, walking over to her desk. Spelly! Spelly! Energy exclaimed, between gasps of air. Look what I found! They cheered in triumph, holding up a scroll. What you found, you say? Spelly smirked. Your finds usually come at the expense of others. Never mind the small details, Energy replied. It's the scroll of Procode! Spelly's eyes widened. The scroll of Procode? How could it be? Let me take a look at that scroll, she said with great intrigue. Energy handed over the scroll, and Spelly opened it on top of her desk. Within an odd array of jumbled letters, images, and arrows pointed at an embroidered PC. The seal of Procode. There could be no doubt of it. This was the real thing. I'm not even going to ask where you found this Energy, Spelly said, with slight excitement. But where do we begin? That's why I came to you for help, Spelly. The first clue to this thing looks like some kind of flower or something. I don't know much about flowers myself, but I figured you might. Spelly pondered. That makes two of us. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. What? I might know a gal. And here is the image of Energy giving Spelly the scroll. Whee! Oh no. Always abide by the pro code. Alright. And then we have part 2. Oh my goodness. Part 2. Spelly and Energy made their way to Velamin's garden. Oh, by the way, I didn't even get to tell you guys, underneath every single section, I mean, it's expired now, but underneath every section, we had these little, what are these called? Polls. We had polls where you could vote for where to go next, and you could see, like, how many people voted and yada yada. And so I thought that was cool, because it kept it a little interactive, where you guys could decide on the location. So we went to the garden, and that's where Velamin was, which is one of our OCs you'll see in just a moment, because we have a drawing. All right. Quid pro quo. Spelly and Energy made their way to Velamin's garden. The magical unicorn was busy watering some peculiarly stubborn hibiscuses when the two approached. Ah, headmistress, she began. To what do I owe you the pleasure of your visit? Oh, I can't read, sorry. Just forewarning. Hello, Velamin, Spelly said with a smile. I know you're busy, so I'll get straight to it. We're trying to decipher the message on this scroll, and we figured you might know something about it. Oh, Velamin responded. What makes you think that? There's a strange plant on here, and we can't identify, and we figured... Say no more. Velamin laughed. Let me take a look. The image printed on the scroll was devoid of color, but it was no match for Velamin's superior botanical, did I say that right? Knowledge. That's a neon tulip, she declared. See the stripes of these leaves here? There's really nothing else like it. Whoever came up with this wanted to make it clear, and you're in luck. The nearest patch of neon tulips is just outside the academy. If what you're looking for is there, that should be easy.
Probably, because it's the first clue on the scroll, Energy proposed. I bet it's only gonna get harder from this point.
My thoughts exactly. Oh wait, I think I skipped a line. You might be right, Velamin agreed. But there's only one way to find out. My thoughts exactly, Spelly nodded. We just have to go for it. Thanks for your help, Velamin. We'll catch you later. Beautiful hibiscuses, by the way. Thank you, Velamin beamed, and good luck. It didn't take long for the two to reach the neon tulip patch Velamin mentioned. Energy had never really spent much time looking at flowers, so looking on at these gorgeous specimens proved to be surprisingly pleasant.
So, what do you think we're supposed to do here?
Energy asked. I'm not sure, Spelly admitted. The scroll just shows an arrow pointing to the flower. Maybe it has something to do with the flowers themselves?
It's worth a try.
The two carefully stepped into the patch and took a closer look at the flowers. They were quite beautiful, but Spelly and Energy couldn't find anything noteworthy. Without understanding what they were even looking for, this was proving to be more difficult than they had first thought. Energy thought out loud.
Let me take a look at that scroll again. There has to be something that we missed.
Sure thing, Spelly said, pulling out the scroll and fumbling to open it. She finally got it unraveled, but in the process she accidentally dropped it. Oops. The scroll landed directly on one of the neon tulips. Oh darn! Spelly sighed, quickly reaching down to pick it up. But when she turned the scroll over to read it, she jumped in excitement. Energy, look! Energy flew up into Spelly's shoulder and looked on. Next to the image of the neon tulip, a new image was partially revealed. Energy managed to let loose a "Whoa!" before coming back to their senses.
What happened? How did you do that?
I don't know, Spelly replied. I just opened the scroll and then... Wait, could that be it? She moved the open scroll down towards the neon tulip. Nothing happened at first, until the flower touched the seal of Pro Code. Suddenly, a light shimmered over where the neon tulip's image was, revealing a few letters and completing the new image beside it. It was a loaf of bread with some steam lines. Aha! I knew it! Spelly exclaimed. The arrow on the flower. It wanted us to touch the scroll to the tulip itself.
Yeah, Energy agreed. And look, the next clue has revealed itself. It looks like... bread? So, what does that mean? We need to bring the scroll to some bread?
Maybe. But if that's the case, I know exactly who to look for. And then we have an image of Velamin explaining... We have an image of Velamin explaining about the flower to Spelly and Energy. Sorry, it's funny space. A bread tuber, exactly. Welcome in, Parrot the Girl, a Dragonfly. I will have the code up for you in just a few minutes. We're just reading through the story really quick that Maestro graciously wrote for us, so I figured it would be best to read it aloud. And then as soon as we get to the end of the story, I will introduce the code. The code that, thank you so much. Just a small shout out to everyone on Discord for figuring out the code before we, before we actually started stream today. It was actually really cool to see you all working together for it. And Techno actually was able to find out another way the code could have been, unscrambled, so I thought that was funny. I thought that was really funny. Okay. Next part. So they're looking for bread now. The smell of cakes. Oh, wait. Sorry. I keep clicking on the wrong things. The last poll for that one was over here, and the winner of that one was to follow the smell of cake.
Sniffer.
So they followed the smell of cake.
And pie.
The smell of cakes and pies filled the air as Spelly and Energy approached Lyra's quarters. Lyra was an extraordinary baker, known quite well even outside of the academy. The celestial chef, they called her. If anyone could help them with their quest, it would be her. Well, look who it is, Lyra said with a smirk, finally seeing the two come into view. How are you doing today, sweetie? I'm as well as ever, and yourself? Spelly asked, approaching her friend.
The two hugged.
Very well. Thanks for asking. Now, what can I do for you? By the way, if you did not know, Lyra is Evie's OC at the academy, which is my best friend. Yay. Okay. Spelly explained the situation to Lyra as Energy looked on. They had never met Lyra, but they knew of her legendary baked goods. They were excited to try a slice of something before they left. And that's about all of it up until now, Spelly finished. We figured you might have some bread for us to use for this. I sure do, Lyra said, motioning some bread that was sitting on the table. Why not give that one over there a try? Good idea. Spelly went over to the table with Lyra and Energy, following close behind. She opened the scroll, making sure not to drop it this time, and gently touched the seal of pro code to the bread. The three of them watched as suddenly nothing happened. That's strange, Spelly remarked.
Maybe try it again?
Energy suggested. Spelly tapped the seal against the bread a few times, but the result was the same. I don't understand, Spelly shrugged. I figured we just needed to touch the seal to the bread to make it work. She laid the scroll on the table to examine it more closely. Lyra looked over Spelly's shoulder, studying the cryptic images inlaid on it. She squinted at the image of the bread before her eyes widened. I think I see your problem, she mentioned.
You do?
Energy asked. Well, yeah. Look at the bread on the scroll. Notice anything? Spelly and Energy looked carefully at it once more. An obvious detail suddenly became clear to them.
The steam lines? Energy asked. Could that be it?
I believe so, Lyra confirmed. I don't think this bread is gonna cut it. It needs to be freshly baked bread. It's still hot out of the oven to make it work. Oh, that's good. Do you have any currently in the oven? Spelly asked. Unfortunately, no, not right now, Lyra confirmed. But who's to say we can't just bake some right now?
Really? You mean it?
Energy asked, their eyes sparkling dreamily. Sure. I'm not doing anything important right now anyway. Come on, let's get everything ready. It was like a dream come true. After having heard so much about Lyra's skills in the kitchen, Energy was about to bake with the celestial chef herself. They couldn't have asked for a better quest. In no time at all, the three were mixing, dusting, kneading, and setting the dough in place, albeit with a few culinary oopsies along the way. Into the oven it went, and a short while later, the bread was fully baked. The moment of truth, Lyra said.
Please work, Energy pleaded.
Here we go. Spelly reassured herself before touching the seal of pro code against the freshly baked bread. It was just like last time. A light shimmered over the image of the bread, revealing more letters and a new image beside it. A single music note. Without a beat, the three of them looked at each other and said in unison, Nathan, laughing immediately afterwards. We should get going.
We should get going then,
Energy said, jumping to their feet.
Really?
Spelly asked. You're so focused on finishing the scroll that you're not even a little interested in sampling this bread? Yeah, I was just gonna say that too, Lyra chimed in. The bread, of course! How could they forget?
Please forgive what I just said and forget what I just said and forgive me. I got caught up in the scroll. I completely forgot about the wonder in front of me. Let's dig in.
After the bread and some brief chatting, it was time to go. Lyra waved goodbye to Spelly and Energy. Let me know how it goes, she called after them, and tell Nathan I said hi. Will do, Spelly replied. See you later. And with that, they were off to their next destination.
And this is an image of all three of them baking.
Energy is very happy. And then we have the next poll. Welcome in, Aokuni! Sorry, I'm reading the story that was on our Twitter. We have the next poll. Where might Nathan be? And I am so shocked that you guys picked... No, I'm not shocked. You guys picked the concert hall, so let's go over to the concert hall next. Whee! There we go. Wait, I went too far. Here it is.
We're almost there, right?
Energy asked as they continued walking. Mm-hmm, Spelly nodded. It's just a little further up this way.
I have to say, this quest has been super exciting, Energy mentioned. We've been able to do so many things. I'm looking forward to whatever comes next.
Spelly and Energy made their way to the Academy's concert hall, home of its renowned composer Nathan. His music filled the halls of the Academy, a symphony that brought joy and inspiration to everyone. As they entered the grand hall, they found Nathan at his piano, lost in a beautiful melody. The notes filled the air, creating a magical atmosphere that made Energy's wings flutter in rhythm. Nathan! Spelly called out, her voice cutting through the melody. Nathan stopped abruptly, snapping out of his trance, and turned to face them, a wide smile spreading across his face as he spotted his visitors. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't speak like a guy. I'm gonna try to, though. Spelly, Energy, what a pleasant surprise, he exclaimed, standing from his piano bench to greet them. You look simply splendid today. Always the charmer, Spelly replied, slightly rolling her eyes. I'd like to ask a favor of you. Well, sooner done than said, Nathan exclaimed. What can I do for you? Spelly quickly explained their situation, the mysterious scroll, the clues they had deciphered so far, and the image of the music note that led them to him. Nathan listened intently, his interest piqued by the puzzling story. A song, you say? He mused, eyeing the scroll. Well, that's certainly within my realm of expertise. But what song should we sing? After a moment of contemplation, Nathan's eyes lit up. I've got it. There's an old song, a melody from my memory in the past, that Spelly and I sang once when we found this very piano. Nathan gave a gentle pat on the piano's top. It is said to hold a magical resonance. If anything can unlock the next clue, it would be that. Spelly and Energy exchanged exciting glances. This was a promising lead. Nathan moved back to his piano, fingers dancing across the keys as he played the opening notes of the song. Spelly and Energy joined in, their voices harmonizing with Nathan's. The song echoed through the concert hall, a beautiful melody that stirred emotions and memories. Hi, Cruel. As the final note rang out, they turned their attention back to the scroll of Procode. They opened it again to find a light shimmering over the image of the musical note. Suddenly, new letters appeared. However, this time, there was no new image, no new clue. They now had a total of 15 letters that seemed to be in random order. A puzzle within a puzzle, Spelly mused. It seems we need to unscramble these letters. Our final challenge. Nathan's eyes scanned over the letters. I see, he smiled.
What is it?
Energy asked. Oh, it's nothing, Nathan answered. I'm just amused by the scroll's sense of humor is all. To think it's making you two go through all of this. I certainly hope it's worth it in the end. I believe it will be. Spelly said, and in any case, we've come this far, so we can't stop now. Of course, Nathan agreed. I have every confidence in you. Thanks, Spelly and Energy said in unison. Thanks. Oh my goodness, I can't read. With renewed determination, they set to work rearranging the letters, trying different combinations. This was the final piece of their journey, the key to deciphering the skull of Procode.
And then we have them all singing together.
I don't know how Energy is singing with a mask on, but I guess you can sing with a mask on, so we're going to assume Energy is able to sing.
But look, they're all singing and having fun. That's fun.
And Nathan is at his piano. Very nice, very nice. And this one was a bit of a different type of poll. I gave everyone the letters, and I asked if anyone could figure out the code. And like I had mentioned, again, shout out to those that was in the Discord, and they were able to figure out the code. They worked. It was a bit of teamwork, but they were able to unscramble the code completely. And I was like, oh my goodness, you guys are so smart. So we'll go on to the last part. In case you haven't, this one got posted like 30 minutes ago maybe. So in case you haven't heard it yet, here you go. Spelly and Energy spent hours running through possible words. The scroll could spell out. Oop.
Ugh, we've been at this for so long, Energy groaned. What's this supposed to mean?
Part of the fun is trying to decipher what it means, though, Spelly said cheerfully.
Maybe for you, Spelly, but I'm tired of this already. And I really want to know what it says.
You? Tired? Spelly asked. But you're almost never tired. Your name is Energy, after all.
Ha ha, very funny,
Energy replied, unamused.
There's gotta be something that we haven't thought of yet.
After that, the two stopped for a moment to think. 15 letters, no hints or clues. What could it be? Energy looked over the letters again, playing around with possibilities in their head. For kicks and giggles, they arranged the letters in weird ways until they finally managed to spell out.
Spelly!
Energy suddenly exclaimed. Whoa, I'm right here. What is it? She asked.
No, I mean, look, I can spell out your name here. Spelly.
Spelly raised an eyebrow and laughed. Okay, that's pretty funny. Can we do anything with that?
Maybe we could make a sentence.
Yeah, but it won't be the message we're trying to decipher here. Ooh, wait, hold on, sorry, 1 second. Okay.
Still, though, it'd just be for fun. I could use a break after all this.
Okay, fine. So, my name is Spelly. Then what? They looked over the remaining letters. Energy was able to spell the word does from the remaining letters. Spelly laughed again. Spelly does? She asked. Kinda reminds me of something else.
I know, right?
Energy asked with a laugh heartily.
I wonder what they could make out of the remaining letters, though.
Or what we could. Ooh. After some thought, Spelly was able to arrange the final letters into the word rogue.
Look!
She pointed out. Oh, no, sorry. Rogue, just like you are.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Energy replied.
So, what do we do after all of that?
They looked at each other with amused expressions and simultaneously read it aloud. Spelly does rogue. Ta-da! It's Spelly does rogue. The two laughed at the amusing concept of the sentence they had formed. But little did they know they had just done what they had just done. Suddenly, the entire scroll went aglow with a bright light and began levitating before them. Spelly and Energy shielded their eyes as the light intensified into a blinding radiance. When it finally died down and they could unshield their eyes, they found a dimly lit orb floating in front of them. Surrounded by an aura of multiple colors, the orb spoke. Congratulations, it began. for solving the skull of Procode. Spelly and Energy stood with their mouths agape in awe. Who are you? Spelly managed to ask through her amazement. I am the apparition of Procode, the orb replied. Through your hard work and the help of your friends, you have managed to crack the code and win my favor.
Forgive me for asking, but what is the favor of Procode? What are you planning on doing?
Energy asked. A valid question. Through my favor, I shall provide to you and to all a boon in the form of a powerful potion that will give you laser-like focus, increased motivation, longer endurance, and uplift one's mood. That sounds amazing, Spelly exclaimed. Indeed, for it is most certainly amazing. Simply utter the spell while mixing your potion for my favor to be bestowed upon you.
Wow! Thank you so much, Procode!
Energy thanked. Think nothing of it. It was your determination that won you the day, Procode said, with what they could only imagine was a nod from a glowing orb. And now I must be off into the astral plane. May our paths meet again. And with that, the orb known as Procode vanished. Ooh.
What will we do now, Spelly?
Energy asked. You heard the man, or the orb thing. Spelly replied, slightly confused, but excited all the same. We brew that potion. And brew they did. And now you can too! Sorry. If you use the promo code SpellyDoesRogue. Yay! The story's conclusion. Oh. Alright. Oh crap, ironically, I think my microphone's doing the thing again. Let me turn down the music again. Sorry. My microphone really enjoys breaking. I hope you guys like this story though. Let me fix my mic. I'm gonna force my mic one more time to fix itself. One sec.
I'm in the middle of talking. Don't break on me.
Okay. I hope you guys like the story. Let me know. Let me know what you guys thought in general, because I really did enjoy making it. Even if yes, ultimately, all I really wanted to do was to promote the fact that we officially have our very, very first ever partnership. Ever. On the channel. Ever. And I thought that was extremely exciting, so I wanted to kind of make it a big deal. But, I really, along the way, as me and Maestro were working on it, I really did heckin' enjoy making the story, making the art for, well, again, Maestro wrote the story. I just gave him the idea, and then he expanded beautifully. I really liked it. I really liked the idea behind it, and I wanted to ask you guys if you liked it enough to continue. Now, if you guys didn't really care for it, or you didn't like it, there's no reason for me to continue the story, right? There's no reason for us to continue writing anything. Because ultimately the goal was then to announce the fact that, guess what, guys? We have a partnership with Rogue Energy! Hey! We have a partnership with Rogue Energy! But if you guys are actually interested in the story and itself, please let me know. That's how I'm going to know if it's worth continuing the story. Let me know. It probably won't be every day, though. It won't come out every day, because this was coming out every day, and that was a little stressful to do, but I'm glad it worked out at the end of the day.
Yeah, hi Rizu, meow meow.
And speaking of Rogue Energy, I'm going to be drinking the last one that I have, because I have one more left, and then I have to get more. Today's Rogue Energy, by the way, last week I was drinking a bunch of drinks. I told you guys all about them. Oh crap. I told you guys all about them. I told you each flavor. I gave you my initial, like, you know, how I felt about the taste and stuff every single time. And here it is! Here it officially is! Now I can tell you guys about it. Now I'm drinking I've been drinking Rogue Energy this whole time. That's the truth. And today's the last one that we have so far before I have to get more, and it's Fruit Punch. So we're gonna try the Fruit Punch. It's part of the hydration line. Rogue Energy has 3 different lines. The first one is the regular Rogue Energy. The second one is the hydration line, which has no caffeine in it, but it still gives you energy. And the third one is the chill one, which I think they just recently started the chill one. And I really like the flavor. The flavor they had for that one was strawberry hibiscus. You guys remember when I tried that one and I was like, oh crap, I think this is my new favorite one. So there you go. Now we know everything. Everything. You want to know what else? Oh, there's so much I could say about it already. You guys already know I was drinking energy drinks before Rogue. And the energy drinks had like 300 milligrams of caffeine, which is fine, I guess, not really, for the fact that it gave me energy. But then I had like a super hard crash afterwards. So now, I still get energy drinking these, but I don't have an extremely hard crash afterwards. Now, again, the energy ones, and I think the chill ones, they both do have caffeine. The hydration line's the only one that doesn't have caffeine in it. Alright, I'm gonna pour this into the water. Hi, sweetie! You weren't aware of that? This is happening on Twitter? I don't know. I wish there was a way for me to figure out how to better promote things. I'm gonna be honest. This was a good way for me to test how to promote things as well. I don't know how to get more visibility on promoting things, essentially. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Now, what we could have done, me and Maestro, is we could have shortened the story. I really liked how it went, but we could have definitely shortened the story so that it was easier to digest for people who have, like, you know, social media. A lot of people have shorter attention spans. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I completely understand if not everyone wanted to read through the whole thing, and that's fine. But that's something, I was thinking about it in the back of my head. That's something we could have done differently, is still make a story, but make it so that it's easier to read. Also, my mic broke. Yeah, I see my mic broke again. I wish I knew what to do to, like, make it so that doesn't happen. Like, there isn't much left I could do. I'm crying in the club. Can you guys still hear me over the fact that the mic's broken, or is it like you literally cannot hear me now? Let me know. Because if you guys can still hear me, it's just lower, then we'll deal with it until we switch over to the other scene, which is not going to be in 10 seconds, so give me 1 second. Can still hear? Just very quiet? Okay. Hold on a sec. You guys are like, stop increasing the timer. I know. Really far away. I'm trying to figure out what's up with my mic. Here, let me pause the music again. Let me see if that... You remember last week, when I paused the music, or I stopped the music, and then suddenly my mic started working again? I'm gonna see if that works. I'm gonna see if that... I'm not gonna touch it this time. I'm gonna touch it and see if it works. What's my mic? It's a Rode Pod mic. It's called a Rode Pod mic. It's an XLR. I have a mixer and everything. Yeah. And also, speaking of mixing, I am mixing my next potion right now. I really do hope you guys like the story. As funny as it was, basically like what that one gift that someone posted in Discord said, be sure to drink your Ovaltine, Al. But I still hope you guys like the story nonetheless. It still fits within all the characters, and, you know, it still fits pretty well within the lore itself. It's just like a one-off story. But who knows? Maybe we can do more. You guys gotta let me know. Let me know if you enjoyed the stories or not. Oh, no worries, sweetie. I see what you mean. This is why the asking about the caffeine facing. It was mostly about the idea of, the fact that when I was doing the energy drinks, I was drinking 300 milligrams of caffeine, and I was like, I wonder if the reason I'm crashing so hard is because I'm drinking so much caffeine, but I don't really think that's what it was. I think it's a different thing. But it was something worth asking about, at least. In the very least. Whee! Yes, please strangle the mic. Please do, honestly. Rode Pod Mic. Pod. P-O-D. Pod Mic. And it's Rode, R-O-D-E, is how they spell it for their company and stuff. Ooh, thank you for the hat and the piano. I appreciate you guys. Ooh. Yeah, get them grades. Turn it into a Techno. Maestro is just, oh, everyone give it up for Maestro. Maestro wrote everything. I still need to credit Maestro on Twitter. I ran out of time to do like everything. There you go. Maestro's doing a special event. I'm going to be on his stream later today. If you guys are interested in watching me and Maestro and anyone else who wants to join play VR chat. Oh, I can't give you another big shout out because I can only give one to the same person every hour. I'm sorry. At least we can give you the little shout out. Like the one in chat.
Gah.
I will say, I like the format. It reminds me of the old Child's... Oh, yes! Yes! The pictures help to show what was described on the page. Exactly. There's that. And then the other part was the Choose Your Own Adventure part. Kind of reminded me of, like, Goosebumps. Or, like, the other types of books that are similar to Goosebumps where, you know how the bottom of a portion, it'll say, okay, turn to this page if you want to do this action, or turn to this page if you want to do that. And I loved those books. They were so cool. And so I was like, I really want to do something. The only thing we have on Twitter is to do polls. I will say if we do continue the story, again, it won't be every single day because that'll give me actual time to write things or to work with Maestro to write things and I do the art. And it could be like, I don't know, it's so exciting, but just, again, let me know. Let me know if you guys liked it. You wish you had VR chat requires a VR set and the space to use it? Wait, VR chat doesn't require VR though. I play on PC. Like, if I wanted to play VR right now, I could play it on PC. Because I don't have my VR set right now. I have, Maestro's borrowing it right now.
Yay.
How much gain is on your mic right now? Right now, gain through the mixer or gain through OBS? Rim. Thank you. I hope you do. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, Rim. And he got tired during his stream, understandably. So we're continuing the celebrations today, Rim, over on Maestro's channel. Wee. Boxy Arts, thank you so much. Sorry that my mic is broken, so there's no music. Here, I'll be your guys' music. Oh no, I cannot. Never mind, I take it back. I take it all back. That was cringe. You know what? I'm just gonna pause the timer for right now. I'm still talking to you guys. Give me a second. Then we'll start. For real, we'll start in a bit. Man. I really wanted to try this drink. Okay, the drink that I'm trying, again, it's called Fruit Punch. I'll let you guys know what I think. First impressions, here we go. That does actually taste like fruit punch. Would you know? Who would have figured? Who would have figured that that tasted like fruit punch? Huh? That one's pretty good. That one, you know what this kind of reminds me of? Yeah, I was bone marrow. Like the Capri fruit punch. That's what it's like, tastes like. I'm drinking the Rogue Energy fruit punch, to be more specific. But it tastes like the Capri Sun fruit punch. Except there's more drink here, and it's not like you take one suck and it's gone. Oh, it's delicious. It's great. Yeah, wait. You can send me the link if you want. Can you send the wait, can I send the link? To what? To what? We learn more about Spelly each day. She's a witch who majored in alchemy and marketing. I love that. Oh no. I'm gonna drink some more though. I'm actually thirsty this time. Did they bone marrow? Aww. Surprise, surprise, VR chat doesn't require VR headset. For real, right? I feel like that, I mean, don't get me wrong, VR chat is a good name for it, but it's also a little misleading just because you don't actually need a VR for VR chat. I found that Spelly does, in fact, do art. Do I? I do. We'll be doing more art in just a little bit. I wanted to see if my mic would fix itself, but it didn't. I'm gonna have to fix it again, but that sucks. That sucks a lot. I don't want to I don't want my microphone to constantly break this stream, and then, you know, I have to keep fixing it, which pulls me out of focus and stuff. Hold on. Let me plug in my phone first and foremost. Thank you again, Foxy. I appreciate it. Let me fix my microphone, but this is the last time I'm gonna try fixing it. Otherwise, I guess I'll just cry a little bit. We'll just have a jam session with music and art if this doesn't work. All right. Sorry if I'm loud. I have fixed my microphone. It is fixed. Hopefully, it'll stay fixed. I can make no guarantees. It already feels like it's breaking. I hope not. Yeah, bone marrow. That's fair. That's fair, bone marrow. I can understand. Sully's going rogue with this drink. Oh, man. Much better. I'm glad. I'm glad I'm actually legible now. One second, it's gone. Oh, no. Bone marrow? You can hear the sound of the air? Hi. Wait, can you hear, like, let me know what you guys hear. Actually, let me open my stream so I can hear what you guys hear for a second. Thank you, Gray. Thank you, guys. Maybe it's the fan. Maybe it's because the fan is on. I hate to turn it off, but I will. I will suffer. I don't mind. Let me see. What are you guys hearing? I think it might be the fan. It's either that or the PC, and I don't think you're hearing the PC right now. Although it is pretty loud, I'll be honest. It's not too bad. It's not a bad sound, but it might be what's breaking my microphone right now. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, it's just like a really low. It's not even really, like, if once I have the music on, you won't be able to hear it. Yeah, echo. I was like, oh crap, I have to mute it, otherwise I'm gonna echo. The sound is not bad. Like, if it was just me worrying about the sound, then I would not turn off my fan. But I think my fan might be doing something to my microphone. So I'm gonna turn it off for now. Let's see if it stays fixed. Which sucks because I think I mentioned to you guys earlier, we have a heat wave coming in. So I'm gonna die. We don't have AC in my house right now. We should have it by tomorrow, hopefully. But right now we don't have AC, so I'm gonna do my best to stay cool. I'm gonna turn the music back on though. Not RPG though. We're gonna listen to what's today? Today's Monday? Do you guys want something that'll wake you up, or do you want something that's comfy because today's Monday and you know how we all feel about Mondays, bro? I'm surprised, Rim. I'm surprised you hate the heat. Nah. Yeet. Oh no, exactly, bone marrow. Like, I don't mind the sound, I just don't want it to break my microphone. Oh, wait. Is my microphone broken or is it okay? It looks like it's getting a little lower. Help! No, it's okay. I think it's okay. Ugh, I'm crying. I'm, like, nervous. Wake me up. Wake up Monday? Okay. I'm gonna play Rosebell's playlist then. This playlist was made by Rosebell Arts. If anyone could give a shout out to Rosebell, she is amazing. We'll do wake up songs to stay focused. Perfect with the energy. I'm being whack. I'm so sorry. Fans of Makima? Wait, Makima? You're not talking about from Chainsaw. Wait, Chainsaw Man? Question mark? Okay, oh. I can, if the mic breaks again, which I think it's breaking again, let me know. I think it's breaking again. I want to try something. Because I have gain on my mixer. I don't know. I don't want to break my mic, but I can at least... Oh, no. My alarm. I can at least try to see if this makes it any better. Is breaking again? Okay, let's see if this other thing works. Give me one moment. Definitely overtaking. No, not the
Hello,
music.
my name is Rosie,
Hi,
and I
Rose.
love Spelly.
Thank you.
Let me make sure my microphone's on the correct mic first. Yes. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna try something new. We're gonna try something new. Ready? Let's see if this works. Oh, yeah. Okay. How do I sound now? Does it sound really bad or really loud or really crunchy right now? Because I turned up the gain manually. I feel like it's louder, but I don't know if that makes it sound better. You know what I mean? Because it might sound really crunchy now. Let me know, let me know. Oh, wait, I could also look. Crunchy. You sound alright. Sounded crunchy, then it smoothed out. Okay, wait, I'm gonna get a little loud. I'm sorry, if you guys don't like loud noises, please plug your ears for like a second. I'm gonna get really loud just to see if getting loud makes it crunchy, because I have to keep that in mind then. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, I got loud, sorry. Did it sound crunchy for anyone that, No, I'm not gonna scream. No crunch? Did it sound like normal-ish? That was loud. Oh no, I can't get that loud. I'm not home alone. Normal? Okay, good. That's good. I just want to make sure that the reason, like, if you guys said it was crunchy at first, I was wondering, like, you guys, what do you think? I'm actually gonna just scream, bro? My dad's gonna come up here and call the cops. He's gonna be like, what the F? Thank you for the drink, Runic. I'm gonna drink my Rogue Energy fruit pie. You guys, I can't not say it. I mean, today's... Oh, I didn't even tell you guys. Okay, I'm gonna say this because, you know, I feel like it would be fair to say. But let me tell you guys right now that only the first 3 days, do you get 30% off of your orders. After 3 days, you only, it goes down to 20% from there. So until June 20th, you get 30% off. Once it hits June 20th, then it'll be 20% off. Just letting you guys know.
But yeah.
And now that that's all done, I can pin the tweet. Look at me trying to be a streamer. I'm trying, guys. You know what's gonna really suck? Though, if the microphone does randomly fix itself, it's gonna be extremely loud. Please yell at me if that happens. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it, but that's gonna suck. I'll try to fix it. Rogue Energy. There you go. It's going strong right now? That's good. Do you have a limiter in OBS? No, I don't. And I think if I do put a limiter, I'll show you what happens. I think. That's when it starts becoming crunchy. Alright, so this is me with a limiter turned on. And if I get a little louder, I don't know. Does it sound crunchy at all now? Because it's being limited? I could turn this down a little bit. No? It sounds the same? That's good, that's good. Here, I'll turn the limiter down just a little bit as well. But now, hopefully, just let me know. Let me know about the mic, because I cannot personally hear it at the moment.
Beans.
The ability to... Oh, did it, Gray? Did you update anything recently? That might have happened, or that might have happened to, or because... you know what I mean. Alright, sorry, I'm getting everything ready. Now we will switch over. We'll actually do art today. Whoa, Spelly's doing art? I don't believe it. Well, you better believe it, because it's happening right now. Once I figure out my stuff. Oh my gosh, there's a Komala. Wait, hold on. Streaming can wait. Komala forever. Ultra Ball. No, my Komala! No! No! My Komala! So I've been playing Gaia Online recently. Oh my gosh, my Komala. Sorry, I'm replying to someone real quick. Apparently I can't spell either. There we go. Gaia, it's so fun! It's so, oh, so many things have changed. You know, you can't even really, or I can't. I'm trying to figure out how to play the games. Like the towns. I used to love going to towns. But every time I try to load up towns, it just does not work for me anymore. Oh, what the? What are you doing here? Hello? What am I looking into a mirror? No, I can't be looking in a mirror because my hair is flipped right now. Who are you? Who are you? Get out of here. Get... What? Shoo. Yeah, throw things at it. So it goes away. Hold on. Okay, there we go. It's weird. Okay, anyway. There we go. You guys can't see anything, though. I'm really good at this whole art thing. There we go. Streaming who? I don't stream. Yeah, that might be... I don't know what that would do, Gray, but maybe. Maybe that had done something to it for your ability to split them. I don't know why. Just, I guess, delete everything and try redoing it again? There's no real way to test it unless you test it with recording. Or you test it on a separate account. Reverse spelling. I know, I was like, who the heck? She's got a doppelganger. Just like in the first opening, the original opening we had. Let me start up the timer again. Oh gosh, my hair? Hello? What? What? What happened? What the heck? Wait, which shops did you spend time in Bone Marrow? Stretching. All right. You don't necessarily have to delete it. If you have it published on Twitch and they don't do anything about it, it's probably fine. Probably. I wouldn't worry too much about it. My first, like, 100 streams before I split my audio, everything was broken. Like, everything was, on my VODs. I think you'll be fine. Just try to split it from here on. You don't have to delete the VOD, though. Your brain forgot about... No! But Gaia Online is great! That, obviously, Neopets. A lot of people have been doing Neopets. And I did make a new Neopets because I couldn't get into my old one. But, I forgot my Neopets password, and it's on my Opera GX, and I can't go back on Opera GX without re-downloading Opera GX, and I'm sad. I was playing Gaia Online, or not Gaia, I was playing Neopets for a hot minute there, and then I couldn't. An anime, yeah, I was like, I have to have an evil laugh, though. It has to be like one of those, no, if I'm in One Piece, it has to be one of those really annoying laughs, like, my goodness, I'm crying, oh no, those why? The ones with the big boob lady, oh, all the big boob lady, that was a handful of them, yeah. They have a lot of different stores now, too. And the way the currency... I know Bone Marrow can't really hear me, unless the ad's finished. No, they did not. The stores in Gaia Online completely changed, too. Everything's changed. Bro. How could this happen to Guy Online?
Oh, hello, I'm hot.
Okay, let's see. No, wait, actually, before we start, I'm so sorry, guys. Before we start, can I just, put on my back brace? Because I noticed myself shrimping lately. Because I haven't been wearing my back brace. Because I'm lazy and whack. I'm so sorry. The truth is, I'm lazy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Here, let me put it on real quick. Brace yourself! Oh my gosh, new meaning to the word brace yourself, bro. Alright, let me put it on. Sorry, oh gosh. My avatar's like breaking. Thank you for the painter. I actually really like the painter outfit. Mostly because I really, really like the drill hair. It's not Spelly's normal hair, but it's just, I like it in general. Alright, I got the back brace on. That's true techno. It's horrible. What do you mean? Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. It's like that one song from K-On! Na, 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 don't say lazy. I think that's what they say in that. I don't actually know. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I know 30 minutes sucks, but that means 1 whole hour of no more ads. And I would rather have 1 hour of no more ads than constantly play more ads on top of that. Plus, you guys are supporting the channel. If you guys didn't know, apparently I'm not allowed to tell you the exact amount, but I can do it in American terms. I think you know what I mean when I say that. If you guys did not know, I hate that we have to play ads, right? But because we do have to play ads and we have them scheduled the current way that we have them scheduled, you guys are, it is still making like a profit of some sort. Like, you guys are helping the channel. For real, for real. I legit mean that. Like, I'm not just making like $2-3 there, here and there. I'm actually making meals worth of money. I could pay off 1 grocery trip. And no, this is not me like bragging, but I could pay off a whole grocery trip in just the ad revenue that I make. So I don't like that it has to be ads on the channel, but I really do appreciate you guys for being around and like sitting through the ads because it is helping. It does help.
Thank you.
Oh!
Thank you for the drink. That means I'm gonna take another sip of you know what.
Oh, I'm gonna have to make like a little announcement thing for it now. I'm so excited. I haven't done that yet, but we'll do that later. Oh.
Thank you. Oh,
Your currency, thank you, sweetie.
I appreciate you guys.
I'm actually trying to figure out what I should do next. I could do the shading next. Oh wait, I was doing the shading. I'm dumb. I was doing the eye shading. Oh, let me get my example. I have an example here. And this has been helping me a lot in trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. This one? This one? How do I... There we go. Hold on, let me open this.
I'm a good lurky. I appreciate you.
Which ads are the only ads I watch literally anywhere possible? Aw, thank you. Yeah, the moment I see them on... I'm sorry to YouTube creators for saying this. The moment I see it on YouTube, I usually hit the skip this ad button. I don't know what that does. Does that... If you hit skip the ad, for monetized channels, do they still get any percentage of that if people skip ads? I don't know how it works with YouTube. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. There we go. Alright, I got my example. I'm gonna have to put lighting. Should I do highlights next? Or I think I'm gonna do the details, because once it gets to around here is where you'll start seeing some eye details. Let me grab my references. Let me eyes on me now. Okay, never mind. Down, 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 down. There we go.
Wee.
Oh, right. Oh, crap. I'm actually... Hold on. I haven't looked at my tasks in a hot minute. We're working on 23 right now. And what did we finish? Did we finish anything else that's on that side? No. Yes? What was the... Yes, we did. We did 37. Heck yeah. I just have ad block for YouTube because YouTube... Bro, I've tried doing ad block for YouTube, unless they changed it again. You remember how YouTube did that thing where they changed it where if you use ad block, it like completely blocks all of YouTube? That had been happening to me so much that I got so mad. I got so mad, but I didn't know what else to do, so I just had to remove the ad block. And I cried. Chrome ad block combined with you. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what either of those are. You skip YouTube ads, but I also sleep in front of... Oh, that's fair. That's also fair, sweetie. I think I'm gonna wear the crown. Round, 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 round. Alright, so before this point, this is where all of the details are gonna be added. So let me... We're on number 5. So 1 through 4 has the regular lighting, but I gotta add that. So let's add that right meow. Let me make sure I'm using all the correct tools. I've been, to make all those rogue energy things, for the story, I had to use different pens and stuff. Now I gotta make sure I'm using the correct pens for everything else. Oh man. I've also been working on something else in the background. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. I can't wait, but it's kind of an NDA. It's an NDA because I don't have the courage to ask if it's okay that I stream it. I'm kind of bad. I'm sorry, guys. You haven't, Rim? That's interesting. How do you... What? uBlock has an ad block in Mozilla? Works... I don't know... Wait, what? You have a video I can share with you to set up uBlock and still watch YouTube without ads? Sure. Is it an... Well, wait, before you share it, is it an easy setup? Like something where I don't have to break my PC? Or potential... Here's another thing. If I get caught using it, am I in trouble? I'm kind of a goody two-shoe. I'm gonna be completely honest. Hello, it's me, goody two-shoe. Oh wait, no! Don't share that with me. I have to say, while I'm live on stream, don't share that in the Discord for everyone to see. Cough. No, that would be awful. Cough. I can. Oh, I see what you mean. I can delete. Let me see how to do that. Well, I don't have to do it right. I'll wait till break time, Gray. But when we get to break time, I'll see if I could delete it off. I should be able to, because there are, like, admin commands to, like, delete things, especially, if needed. I'm sorry, Rib. It's not super easy being breezy. Being cheesy. No, I don't know. It's not, I'm not a very confrontational person. Like, if I'm told to do something, I'll just do it. And, well, I mean, unless it's something I really don't want to do. Like, if I really, really wanted to stream it, then I would be like, hey, I'm gonna stream this. But I kind of, you know, I don't know for sure, so I'm like, eh. Here. If it's NDA, please don't get in trouble just for saying there's an NDA. It's not super duper serious. Like when we did the other one, I think you guys know which one I'm talking about. That one was serious because I had to actually sign, like, documents and everything. And then I just stopped streaming for, like, a couple weeks. So I could work on it. No, this one's not like that. It's more like it's NDA because I don't know if it's not. Thank you, Bone Marrow. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let me add... Wait, let me look at this again. Nah, I'll take it slowly. I'll do this slowly. So first... Cut this out. Alright, this is the first one where it starts getting more detailed. Here we go. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Oh, was there a Pokemon? Oh man. I keep missing the Pokemon today. I'm like super excited to play more VR chat. I know I don't have my VR right now, but I haven't been able to just kind of like sit down and relax and do other stuff for a little bit. Actually, that's not entirely true. I've been doing other stuff lately. I feel really good about it. And I guess that's why I've been doing other stuff, is because I haven't really been sitting down doing, like, basically not art-related stuff. That's where I'm getting at. It's nice. But I also have a lot on my plate. Ugh. Legally, if you didn't sign anything, you're not under an NDA. But it's morally a great choice to not reveal everything without... Yeah, exactly. Like, even if most of my NDA works that I've mentioned were NDAs were not legitimate by law NDAs. It was just, like, word-of-mouth NDA, which I still consider to be very as legit of an NDA. But for this case in particular, I just never asked, so I have no idea. So I'd rather not share something if I don't know. I don't know.
Hello, William. It is official. It has been officiated.
I read everyone the story, the freaking long story that we've been posting the last couple of days,
and it is official. I'm so excited. Welcome in, Jack. Hi, Core. How you both doing today?
Was I saying? Oh yeah, VR chat. Oh man. Oh, you had a nice weekend. What'd you do this weekend? Oh my gosh, me too. That's right. This weekend was Father's Day for those that celebrate.
Hi, Jack.
Oh man, I'm starting to feel the heat. I really want to turn on my fan, but I don't want to turn on my fan, bro. Ugh. I feel like I'm sweating hell. Today was good. A bit productive. Let's go. We like to hear it. No, Rim, went to visit your sister and a close friend. Aw, that's great to hear. I hope it was a lot of fun. Wait a minute. Oh man. I forgot one more thing. Let's go back. The lighter color. I might make that a bit lighter though. There we go.
Heck yeah. Hi, Sako. How you doing today?
You should buy one of those hand fans. So you not only are more of a weave, you also fan yourself without mic issues. Like, wait. The hand fans like the ones that, the foldable fans? And then I would need like 3 hands for that. Huh?
Hey, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Yee. I am doing pretty good today. I'm feeling pretty energized. Cough. Today we started our partnership with Rogue Energy.
Speaking of which, I'm thirsty. Thank you for shouting out Sako! What are your servants to fan you? I don't have servants. What? Huh? Just pay someone to fan you all day? I don't know if I have the money for that either. What? That's expensive. Ooh. Sure. Absolutely, Bystro. Yeah. If you guys did not know, I am a part of a Twitch team called Team Hanami. And our leader is Sako. Thank you so much for leading the way, Sako. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
What does Hanami mean? Flowers? Let's see the exact meaning. Hanami meaning. Flower viewing, yeah. Literally means flower viewing. However, it's commonly referred to only viewing the cherry blossoms. Commonly. Cherry blossom viewing is easy. Simply enjoy the intensity of the many blossoms by looking at a single tree or a group of trees.
Yummy.
Ugh.
That's why the members are called flowers. Wee! Hi, Mikey. Welcome in. Hi, Simon.
Thank you for the drink. I'll drink right now. What's on the agenda today, Sako? Do you know what? Ow. Do you know what you want to do today for the stream? If you guys didn't know, Sako has been streaming every single, well, has been doing art every single day. If not on Twitch, then on Discord as well. For the last, I actually don't know the exact number. But I can take a sneaky peeky real quick.
A sneaky peeky.
Wait, don't tell me! 565 days in a row! Well, 564. Today is 565. Gonna try some spicy? Oh, you started some spicy. Gonna draw some more? I'm excited.
Spicy?
Are we Susco today?
Duh.
565! That's a lot. Alright, that's a lot. That is a lot. I would agree. That is true. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Who did that? Thank you for the save. I have saved. Thank you, Jack. Let's go.
Hello, Okamino. How you doing today?
I don't even know what Pokemon that was. It's gone. Ugh. Ooh, I'm doing really well today. Yeah. I'm part cat. Meow meow. Catkin. Magical potion actually turns Sally to a cat girl. No. I'm not the cat girl. Sako is the cat girl.
Sako Nekonya. Meow.
Oh. Cats are cute. I like cats. I know some people that don't, but I like cats. I don't know whether I'm a cat person or a dog person, though. I think if someone legitimately asked me, I'd probably say I was a cat person. But I do like dogs a lot, too. It's a really tough thing for me. I don't think it's a fair question, because it's not that I like one or the other. I like both. And I don't really have... I don't really have a preference over one or the other. So it's hard to answer something like that. But that's usually not an acceptable answer when someone asks me if I'm a cat person or a dog person. And I usually say turtle. Because I like turtles. Whack. That's what I say. Whack. Why do you say that, Okamino? You think so, Maestro? Aw. I want to hear more Spooksy. Spooksy's been making a lot of music, though. I can't even say that because Spooksy's been working, bro. Ugh. It's true. They can jump really high. Or fall, I should say. Fall from really high. I have never heard that before. Is that true? Cats are dumb, like simple-minded, you say? Clever and very stupid sometimes. No. Oh. Time for a break. Alright, I gotta pee really bad. Potty time, I'll be back. Welcome in, Sick Ripper and Pickle. I'm currently doing, I'm using my microphone less this Pomodoro. Nice to see you both, though. Hello. I'm doing good. It's nice to see you. Welcome and Advent, nice to see you. And yes, this is a playlist, Miso. Hi. We're right now kind of semi-muted while I cook. I'm cooking. Cooking. Ooh.
I will blink right now. I have blinked.
Oh, I already turned my fan on. Like. I believe Sammy Bot is the one. I believe. Also, welcome in, Tay. I'm cooking right now, so I have Semi mic muted at the moment.
Hey, my name is Ansai Farah, and you should be following Spelly. Like, what are you waiting for?
I hate when I get super focused on something and now I gotta like...
Thank you for sticking with me, guys. I appreciate it.
I'm actually really hungry. I haven't eaten... I did have breakfast though. I had half a Pop-Tart. Well, Pop-Tarts usually come with 2. So I had one, I guess technically I had 1 Pop-Tart. It was delicious, but I'm hungry now. I might go get some food real quick.
I'm gonna do that.
I hungry. Exactly. Hi, hungry. I'm Spelly. Spelly. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some food then. Hi, Ryu. Welcome in. Woo. Time to,
No, Nangi, what's that?
no. Okay, I'll be right back.
got myself a sandwich.
Oh, snap.
Ooh.
Marie boy, thank you.
What? Thank you so much for being a VIP here at the clubhouse. Thank you. Yeah, I got myself a sandwich. I'm going to eat my sandwich.
Sandwichy. Is that how, wait, is that how you say sandwich? Huh? What? What did you make me say? Who am I summoning? How? Wait! Oz, how did you know? It's a chicken cutlet sandwich. Basically, I have chicken strips inside of my sandwich with some cheese and mayo. How did you know, Oz? How did you know? It is so good. Trace, you're welcome in. The meme. Thank you, Gray. Yeah, I had to turn my mic off last promo because I needed to cook. I was sitting here thinking, you know, I haven't been making very much progress on this one. I think it was time for me to sit down and cook, especially because I had to do the details in the eyes. I was like, I think it's time. And now I literally cooked by making a sandwich. Does making a sandwich count as cooking? Even if you don't use the oven, you don't microwave, like there's no heat. You just put together the sandwich ingredients. Is that still cooking? Sorry, Pickle. Make a poll? My hands are full. If any of my mods are available to make a poll. If not, I understand. I'll make it after, let me take one more bite before the chicken falls out of the sandwich, and then I should be good. Hi, Raccoon. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Because it was like, I bit into the chicken, or the sandwich, and the rest of the chicken, it was like a small piece. It was like gonna fall out, and I was like, no. Alright, let me go pull quick. How the heck do I make a poll? Hey, Gray, do you want to explain to Pickle how to add tasks? Will I make the poll? Heck yeah. Perfect. Thank you, Gray. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to make a poll because for some reason my buttons are messed up. So I had to open it on, in Chrome. My break timer now. Okay, new poll. Is making food without heat? No, I don't know how to word. I'll just say, is making a sandwich, but you don't heat it up. Wait, what the heck happened? Sandwich considered cooking. I spelled considered very wrong. Hold on. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yes. No. Okay. That'll be up for 5 minutes. I think that's long enough for our debate. There you go. Cold, yeah, like a, damn. I should have put cold sandwich. You guys know what I mean. Yeah, so basically you make the sandwich. It can be whatever ingredients, but none of it's, like, heated. You didn't microwave it. You didn't cook it on, like, in the oven, on the stove, nothing. Now, granted, the chicken cutlets, they were at some point heated because they had to be cooked because it's chicken, right? But then it was put into the refrigerator. It was turned into leftovers, essentially. And then I took those leftovers and I made it into a sandwich instead of it being like the chicken it originally was. Because originally it was cooked chicken, like it was cooked, I don't know how to explain this. It was cooked in an oven, and then we ate it as normal chicken, I guess. But then when it was cold in the fridge, I was like, you know, I'm just gonna turn it into a sandwich instead of heating it up and eating it just as chicken. I was gonna turn it into like a sandwich. So that's what I'm trying to say. Do you consider that cooking? There we go. Long-winded. What do you guys mean? I'm not a chef? No. So salads, are they? Mm-hmm. It is definitely food prep for sure. It is similar to making a salad where you're basically taking the ingredients and putting it together. And then you eat the salad. So when you make a salad, is it called preparing a salad, not cooking a salad? I can see that though. Sorry, I'm finishing this sandwich before I continue going back to art. I spent a whole pomo cooking. I want to eat what I made. I'd say BLTs and grilled cheese sandwiches. Yeah, that's cooking. Definitely a grilled cheese because that got heated though. I don't know about a BLT. Bacon. Isn't that normally a burger? Not a sandwich? Or can it be a sandwich? I don't know. Putting a salad kit with chicken bits is one of my favorite lazy cooking foods. Semi-making is indeed cooking. It is so delicious. Oz. I would share with you guys, but I don't want to mama bird you guys, so it's mine. It's normally a sandwich? I did not know that. I thought a BLT was a burger. Bacon, it's bacon, BLT, bacon, lettuce, and tomato, right? I thought that was a burger. I didn't realize it was a sandwich, or normally a sandwich. I do like the sandwich I made. Sorry. What do you mean cancel burgers, bro? What? I just figured cooking involved heat in some way. Well, while I'm still chewing, let me see. Definition of cooking. It says, the practice or skill of preparing food by combining, mixing, and heating ingredients. But it also says food that has been prepared in a particular way. So it does say and heating. Here's another one. Prepare a food, a dish, or a meal by combining and heating the ingredients in various ways. So it sounds like, apparently it also means to lie, but that's what? Yeah, me too, Pickle, me too. I was like, let me Google this. The word and is the important part there. Here's another one. The act of preparing food for eating, especially by heating. That's Merriam-Webster. The act of cooking food. No. You guys are like, no. Hold on, I wanna look up one more thing. Making ice cream is not cooking. No, because it's not heating up. Let me see. I'll do the salad thing. When you make a salad, is it cooking? Google says, no, making a salad doesn't usually involve cooking, but you can include cooked ingredients, which is like the grilled chicken, yada yada. So it is preparing. So would I say I prepped a sandwich? That's so weird, because when you say prepped, it makes it sound like you made it for someone else, or, I don't know, you You made a salad, I made a sandwich.
But I didn't cook a sandwich.
Ow.
Panini.
I also got a bag of chips because I had a sandwich, but I guess I'll eat that after the pomo. I think I have wasted enough time on this pomo.
Hi, sweetie.
I haven't taken a bath in forever.
I don't bathe. How was the bath, sweetie? Did you put bubbles in it? Was it a bubble bath? A bubble bath?
Say that out loud. Bubble bath. Sorry. It's a fun word. Oh my goodness. Okay. Bubble bath. Sorry. Okay. What was I doing? I forgot already. Oh, right. I don't know what to do after this point. I'm trying to figure it out in my head. Did you print? No, I just grabbed it. I just grabbed it. It's like a store-made bag of chips. I might, during this part, in the video editor, add like a vinegar? Where it has like the black edges around it. But I'll do that in the video editor. I have to do that. Ooh, sorry. That was hair. I thought it was a spider. I'll do that in the video editor. Vinegar. Vignette? Vignette. Yeah, I said it right. There we go.
What do you mean stinky?
It was amazing. It's super hot, so perfect. No fancy soap. Aw. I've never, ever, ever had a bubble bath. But again, I don't like baths. So that would make a lot of sense. Aw, man. The bath. You took a bubble bath. No, wait, you didn't. You did not take a bubble bath. Sorry, ignore me. It's just a fun word. Ugh. Bubble baths are nice. You're close to bath salts? What are bath salts used for? Is that for, like, making your skin feel a different way? I feel like salt is the opposite of water, though. How does a bath salt work in baths? You took out bubble bath. Wait, bubble bath? Bubble bath? Is that from Boba Bath? Is bubble bath? Is that from SpongeBob? Don't they say something like that in SpongeBob? I don't know what they say. It's not bubble bath, I think. I don't know. It's so fun. Bubble bath. Sorry, it's a fun word. They make you stink in a good way. What? Huh? So, wait, what's the point? What's the point of bath salts, though? Is it for, like, making your skin... You know how you have, like, dead skin all over? Does it, like, get rid of the dead skin by taking it off? It tingles your body? Is that it? Is it just for the feeling? To feel alive? The pickle taster bubble bath. Oh, wait, you mean the dude that was like, there's no pickles, and all the pickles were under... Whoa, I don't want to spoil it. That was a close call, bro. Woo! I almost spoiled the whole SpongeBob for everyone. I think I'm almost done with this animation. Finally. I mean, I have a lot of compositing to do, and a lot of this is going to happen in the video editor too. The background, I think I'm just going to keep it simple. Ooh, I could do something fancy with the background if I... Because it's a zoom in. I could do something fancy with the background. I have to make a background though. Unless I can, like... Let me think. If I was really good, I would be able to reuse one of these backgrounds, but I don't know if I'm that good. Let me see. Maybe one of these ones? Bubble band. Do the tingles feel good? Is it tingly like ASMR? You know, I don't actually feel ASMR tingles. But I do enjoy the idea of ASMR. It's nice and relaxing, I will say.
Thank you for adding a task up for you.
It might, I don't know, or care. Really, it probably has some calm benefits, but I like the smell and the, oh, it has a smell to it too? What kind of smell? What? I might use this one. Maybe. Let me think. No, not that. So it's gonna be super, oh, okay. Oh no, I can't use it because it has this weird junk. Well, let me see what I can do. Hold on. Oh no, what's happening? So it'll do this, and as she zooms in, it will zoom out a little bit. Does it make... I don't really think it makes sense. Hold on, whoa!
Meow 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 meow.
Stop. Sorry. I don't know how to describe it other than nostalgic. I have... Maybe I'll look it up sometime. Bathing in the you bathed in the ocean? What? Amazing scrubbing. Ah, snap. I have heard that the ocean water is good for you because it gets rid of layers of dead skin because of the salts. I have no idea though. Cause I don't I don't go to the ocean very often, I'll be honest. The hand-me-downs from my aunt and my cousins. The detergent they use that smells like that. Oh, interesting. That is a very nostalgic smell then. Maybe they used bubble bath. No, no. Dang it. Bubble salt. Maybe they use like salty detergents. That's why they have a similar smell. I don't think I'll use this background. I'm just looking. It's not gonna be stagnant like this though. Come on, brain, think. Oh, I didn't finish the shading on the eye. Hold on. My back help. Seawater cures acne. Does it really? I should go to the ocean more often. To the ocean! Oh, wow! I don't know what that was. Yo! You were born in Guadalupe. Oh, I like that word too. Which is an island, so I tend to bathe a lot in the ocean river. Do you still do it? Oh, that sounds blissful. Wait, do you have like... Oh, there's a Pokemon. Do you have sections where you could just go and be alone? Like there aren't like a billion, jillion, quadrillion, billion, illion people there? You could just go and be like, alright, I'm gonna bathe here and no one else is here and I don't have to worry about anything. Because no one else is here. Oh no. Who did it? I will drink, thank you. I gotta get some water. What genre of music would you consider all this? Wait, what have I done? Nightcore electronic? I don't know. This particular song maybe. Here, let me find a really good example. I definitely feel like it's electronic-y. Like music like this. That last one sounded like Nightcore because of the voice for sure. Oh, the irony of what I just clicked on. The point of me asking is the idea of, I'm thinking about switching the playlist. Japanese. Yeah. I was thinking about switching the playlist to Japanese, but I like the genre of music. Like I want the same genre. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I know the exact one that I'm looking for. I want the genre, but I kind of want it in Japanese because I'm whack. Whack. Which is why I said it's ironic, the song that I just clicked on. This music. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. What is this? Still electronic? What? Let me see if they have Japanese electronic then. Funk? I don't even know if that would, let me see, Japanese funk. But not for the others. Oh man, there's so many, oh they do. Oh wait, this is a playlist? Wait, I'll wait till after the song. I actually like this song. That's the only thing I could chat. I like this song! It's so nice! Some beaches are extremely touristic to a point you could hardly just see the sound. Oh, because there's so many people laying around. I'm so sorry. Some are less famous and you could totally be alone from 6 to 9 a.m. or past 10 p.m. Not a lot of people leave the rest of the day. Ooh, noted, noted. I don't know if I'll ever visit, but it's nice to know there are places in the world where they have beaches that don't get too overly used. Because oh my gosh, I went to Seaside last year? Was it? Holy crap, I don't know if I'll go back to Seaside. I actually used to like Seaside. It's a beach where I live. I used to like Seaside, and you know what? It's not what I remember. It was nothing but people everywhere, like everywhere. I saw a used pad for some reason. And you could not look in any direction. I like this part. You couldn't look in any direction without seeing a plethora of people, and I was like, huh? But that's a lot of beaches. That's honestly a lot of beaches. I don't know if I hear the house as much. That's fair, Pickle. Gross. It's so many people. So many people. Oh, yeah. I thought, honestly, the thing is, we were looking the direction because there were stingrays. There were stingrays, or whatever they're called, in the ocean, and we were all looking at it, and people were getting out of the water because, you know, that's kind of dangerous. And we were looking at it, and then we see like a maxi pad just floating in the water, and we're like, huh, what kind of fish is that? Needless to say, it was not a fish. It was gross is what it was. I might add highlighting to the hair. I don't want to add a whole plethora of shading. I was kind of basing the shading off of the way... Oh, sorry that I always mention One Piece. The way that One Piece does their shading during action scenes, they have little to almost no shading. And a lot of other anime do it. I just happened to notice it in One Piece. And so I wanted to base the shading kind of off of that, where I have like little shading. So literally the only things that are shaded are, and you can't even really tell that it's shaded. You could just, basically the main focus is on the face because I shaded like the skin underneath the face because the face is pointed out. I definitely wanted to add some shading when it came to the eyes, which I still need to add ingredients to the eyes, but did I mess up? We'll do that in a little bit. But I didn't want to add too much shading. I added some shading to the hair. You can see it in the back until the hair disappears. Ooh. I didn't add like any shading to, I think, the rest of it. I think it was just those parts and then some of the metal bits over here. But I tried to keep a minimal amount of shading, but I might add some highlights to the hair, at least so it makes it stand out a little bit, because the hair is only in 1, 2, 3, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it's kind of super zoomed in at this point, so it's only in a few frames anyway, so I don't see why I couldn't add some highlight, holy crap, highlights. So I think I'm gonna try that. I'm just figuring out how I want to do it, because I don't know if I want to do like detailed highlights. Like, wait, let me do it on a different layer. I'll do it for the first 6 layers that the hair is in, and then from there it gets super zoomed, so I'll see what I do, but hold on. I'll do it for these first 6 layers. Okay, let's see what we do. What happened? Wait, did something happen? Did my stream break or something? I'm gonna unplug my hands for today. Because it's a little hot. My PC is burning up. I have my fan on, but I don't have an AC right now, so I'm only relying on the fan, and it's really hot. So I will unplug my PC. Or, yeah, I'm gonna unplug my PC. See you guys. Bye. I'm gonna unplug my hands today. Mike's staying strong. I think that's because I turned the gain up. But keep in mind, if my microphone either fixes itself or when we start stream tomorrow or something, the mic might be extremely loud, so I have to be careful also. Gotta figure out what's up with it, bro. You know? Sounded like you hiccup or something. I felt, oh, no, yeah, I had a hiccup. You guys already know, you've been here. I have random hiccups, and usually when I hiccup, it's 1 or 2 hiccups, and that's it, and then it's gone. But there are times where I will have, like, serious hiccups, and it hurts. Like, it won't go away. Even when I stop breathing, it won't go away. And I'm like, help me. But most of the time, it's like 1 or 2 hiccups, and then it's just gone. It's still going strong? That's good, that's good. That is good. You know what? I'm gonna try electronic. Maybe I didn't want funk. I also wanted Japanese, but apparently, I guess this is Japanese. It's not. Hold on. Let me try this instead. This is closer to what I want. Hell. Yeah, I think the highlights are a good call. It gives it just a little oomph without having to just add all the shading. Another thing that I could do, if I'm not gonna shade it, I could add a lot of lines, a lot of line art. I don't have to, though. I especially don't have to when it's far away, but when it gets closer, it might be worth adding more details to the hair. Oh wait, I do that, though. What am I talking about? Because look, all the different line art. And then the eyes even get... the sad part is you barely see it because it's like gone in such a flash. Was there any reason for me to add all the detail? Probably not, let's be honest, but I did it anyway. Yuck. Yuck. I'll do it again. It's a secret. It's a secret between me and you guys that there's more detail than needed there. You guys are the only ones that are gonna know. No one else is gonna look. Yuck. Observing. The big observe. Oops. I might as well just put like a spelly somewhere. Just hide a little spelly. No, 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 I would not do that. I would, but not in this one. I should clarify before I say I wouldn't do that.
Hi, Claire.
No one will ever know. I take the lazy way out. I don't shade hardly ever. Really? I shade pretty often for animations, but in this particular scene, I don't really think I need to.
Hi, Sunbear. Sunbear, wait, no.
Hello, readers! My name is Spelly! I'm your headmistress bitch on Twitch, and I do art and animations.
Like these. Thank you so much for the raid, Sunbear. How are you doing?
Hello, how was RO? Tell me more. How was, Of course it exists. It's a 50-50 chance to get the old one or the new one, Aokuni. It's very exciting. We need more people to raid so we can see both. Thank you, Gray. I'll give you a cheese, Sunbear. Oh, dang, I have to give away one of my cheeses. You're covering newbie stuff? Oh, man. What were you covering today? Is that something I need to see? I know nothing. Hold on, let me give you a cheese, bro. Hold on. What's a cheese? It's not the cheese you think it is. That's for me. Sunbear, what's your color? You know what? Actually, no, I lied. I'm gonna put this over here. So if I put it over here, then you can actually see it. And because I'm gonna be moving around the canvas a lot. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Sunbear. There you go. Oh my goodness. There we go. Now you can actually see it instead of in the corner where it will never be seen again. I hope stream was fun. Blue, your favorite color? Hey, blue's my favorite color. Give it back. I hope it was a great stream. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, please feel free to. Otherwise, if you're here with us... Oh, we were cooking. You want to see? Ignore the background. I just threw that on there so it looks pretty and not white. There we go.
Take a sneaky peeky. Groceries. Can I have some? Wait, can I have some cheese? Show me the cooking.
Oh, we cooked earlier. I had made chicken cutlet sandwich. But apparently, making a sandwich is not considered cooking. It's considered making. So I made a sandwich. I didn't cook a sandwich. I made a sandwich. Yeah. No, blue is my favorite color. Get out of here, Yokuni. No, we could all like blue. Now, it really depends on the shade of blue. My favorite shade of blue is sky blue, because I love looking at the sky. Actually, if I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit lighter than sky blue. It's hard to define specifically. It's not that dark, because the sky is usually a darker blue. I like the, really light blue, kind of almost baby blue. But I always call it sky blue, because I like looking at the sky. And it reminds me of my favorite shade of blue. Sky, kind of. I mean, the sky is a lot of colors, to be fair. No, but get out of here. Wait, yeah, what's your favorite shade of blue? Blue is my more like cyan, but blue. You mean like the hair of your OC Gray? Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's compiling. Yeah, it's almost there. It's almost there. Pretty neat. Thank you, Sunbear. We've been working on it for a hot minute. You guys already know. My favorite September Spelly says. Is it Sunbear blue? I have no. That's not a thing. Your favorite shade of blue? Shade, you know, like or wait, is that the right? Am I using the right word there? Shade, or maybe it's like pigment of blue. I don't know what the right word there. Cobalt blue. It's not really dark blue. Sky of blue. Just like your yeah, that's a good one too. What is cyan? What is cyan considered? Is that blue or is it green or is it like a blue green? I guess it's like a blue green. That's a good one. That's a good one too. Cyan is the best. Uh oh, you guys are gonna have to fight. You both like cyan. There could only be one. All right. Let's add some more highlights. Thank you again, Sunbear. I appreciate it. Go get your groceries and bring me some, please. Can I have some cheese? Never can go wrong with too much cheese. Well, actually, I have gone wrong with too much cheese. Not in the way you're thinking. It's because I had so much cheese that I wasn't able to eat it all. Because I was not home to eat it all. And I was sad. And then I was like, I'll eat the moldy cheese. And everyone was like, no, don't do that. And I was like, ooh.
Hey!
I was so sad. Have a good one! Cheese. Oh, yes, please. At least take a picture. At least take a picture and send it to me, Sunbear. Sunbear, please. Please. At least. In the very... Please. Thank you. Take care. Yes, please take care. Teal or turquoise? What's the difference? Teal or turquoise? What's the difference between them? Are they the same, but like one's darker or lighter? Kind of deal? You could cut off the moldy parts? That's what I'm saying. I'll eat the moldy parts. I mean, cheese, bro. I don't know. I've eaten mold. I've eaten strawberry mold. I feel like that's even worse than cheese mold. Yeah, I like literally looked at the strawberry, saw that it was completely molded with like the white fluffy stuff, and I still ate it. Not my proudest of moments. You guys already know that. Why are you surprised? I've talked about this on stream before. Those parts are equal to you? More blue, more green? Blue, green. Blue and green. Well, green is not a creative color, so I don't know about green, but blue is a nice color. Yeah, the fuzzy little furry strawberries. They're delicious when they turn white and fuzzy. That's right. You've been guilty of eating moldy fruit? Do you eat it on accident, though? How hungry were you? I wasn't extremely hungry. I just wanted to know. Why did I eat it? I think I just ate it to say I could. Or I did. It's like one of those things, like, people are gonna be like, ew! And it's like, I don't know. Maybe I ate it so that I can always, lose at Never Have I Ever. Someone's gonna be like, never have I ever eaten a moldy strawberry. Damn it. Welcome, Miss Shadow. Hello, and have a great lurk. Green is not a creative color. Explain. Don't hug me. I'm scared. Oh man, I did not put on my back brace after I went to go get the sandwich. Let me put it on real quick. One sec. Forbidden whites. Forbidden? I love the forbidden fruits, bro. There's so many. I'm gonna eat them all. Gotta eat them all. Gotta eat them all. Forbidden fruits. No, don't. I do not condone eating things that are illegal. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm putting on my back brace right now. One sec. Oh, crap. I don't know where my strap went. Hello? Have seen but have not seen. It's such a good one. I don't know if they have any new ones since I've last saw it. That was years ago though. Healthy dose. Is that how penicillin came about? Moldy fruits? It wasn't, I know it was mold of some sort. Well, I thought it was moldy soap, bro. No. Oh, my hair. Hold on. My back thing is stuck in my hair. One sec. Gosh. What the heck? Scoliosis? No. Neither. I wear, to be more specific, it's a back posture straightener, or whatever you want to call it. Ow. I just hit myself in the side. And what it does is when you sit for extended periods of time and you wear this bad boy, then it keeps your posture and your back upright so that you're not shrimping and you don't like have back pains, especially in the future if you do that for a long time, sitting for a long time. Really good, highly recommend if you do a lot of art all the time, if you work in an office where you're sitting down all the time. You can wear it under clothes, it's pretty comfy.
Thank you for the drink. I'll drink some water. Water.
Ow! Rude. Alright. I will be honest, so I'm not a huge fan of eating mold. It's kind of gross and soggy. But I love eating,
Fasani!
no, I don't love eating fasani. I love to eat, not mold. What is the other thing? Stale. I like to eat stale foods. Oh my gosh. I like to eat stale crackers, stale cookies, stale popcorn. Is it expensive? Oh, no, I don't think so. Nothing, almost nothing I get nowadays is expensive, I'm gonna be honest. If I can afford it, I'm sure you'll be fine. Hold on. Get out of here. What is this?
Hi, Fasani. How are you doing today?
Fish are friends, not food. Stale marshmallows? I've never had stale marshmallows. I love crispy marshmallows. I would love to try a stale marshmallow, because I'm not actually a huge fan of marshmallows where they're not, like, burnt. Wait, what? Oh, I see what, I was like, what the heck? Okay. I would love to try that. It sounds good. But yeah, cookies, stale crackers, like Cheez-Its. Oh no, I messed up somewhere. What have I done? Oh my. There we go. Yikes. Okay. Anything stale is delicious. It is delicious. You could not tell me otherwise. It's so good. I'm not a huge fan of eating mold. It is a thing, but it's not something that I go out of my way to eat. Now, stale stuff, though. I'll let things go bad on purpose. Especially popcorn. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Just wear that. It does not replace exercise. Exercise has... I mean, I guess exercise does have to do with my posture. But I never claimed, Ayokuni, that exercise does that posture something. I don't know. I'm not trying to replace... I love exercising. I just don't have the time. I need to figure out how to move around my schedule so that I can fit it in there. Something that I've been... I've been watching a show lately called Bee and Puppy Cat. I like it. And I've been... When I go to watch the show, I've been using my step... Okay, that's a lie. I want to use my... I don't want to lie to you guys. I want to use my steppies thing while I watch the show. So it's kind of like... I watch one episode and I use the steppy things unconsciously. So that I'm still getting exercise in while I'm sitting around watching Netflix. Which I don't normally get to do. I'm actually really excited that I get to watch Netflix for once in my life. Yeah, Bee and Puppy Cat! It's been really fun! Not a good... Oh, you're fine. That's fine, Gray. More popcorn for me, bro. More stale pop. I'll get all the popcorn and let it go bad. Ugh, delicious. But yeah, I want to try doing that from now on. It's like the small things. I think they build up. Because then I'm going to start watching a lot of shows where, you know, I want to watch the shows. And maybe it'll get me back into watching anime, finally. And if I get back into anime by watching and exercising, do you know how fit, not very, I can become doing all that? But you know what? I think... If I were to start exercising and watching shows, I'm gonna need a lot of energy for that. You know what I mean? And I'm just thinking randomly that there might be a type of drink that I could totally use to give me the energy that I need to work out and watch shows at the same time. You guys. Yeah, this is gonna be the meme throughout the whole week. This is gonna be the whole week. Sorry, you guys gotta deal with the meme now. No, for real though. If you have ever been interested in trying Rogue Energy, I can recommend it, but I can only recommend it. I can't literally force you to do it. But if you have been interested, only within the next 3 days, you have a chance to get 30% off. 30% off of your order with Rogue Energy using my code SpellyDoesRogue. I was so smart when making that code. Bro, look at me go. What do you guys... Wait, I didn't even ask what you guys think of the code itself. I did SpellyDoesRogue because I'm SpellyDoesArt, and because you get it? Because I'm rogue at this art. Yeah. SpellyDoes, yeah, one day, Aokuni. Let me get that one. No, okay, it's time for me to go for a walk though, so yeah, have fun, Oz! Thank you for being here! I'm also gonna head out, but I'm gonna actually come back. The code is perfect though, I am very happy. I think it makes it simple, because everyone's used to me. I'm SpellyDoesArt, and a lot of people make the joke SpellyDoes animation, SpellyDoes sleep, SpellyDoes, I don't know, whatever other stuff whenever I do something. And I think it makes a lot of sense, honestly. I think it does. Alright. I'm gonna go for a walk now, and then I'm gonna eat some chips and completely allegorate me going for a walk. So we're gonna go do that real quick. Promo code, can you imagine? Alright, I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna put on words, though. I'm not gonna leave you hanging. If you would like to play, please feel free to play some words. Here, oh, sorry. Ew. That was a fun song, but I didn't like that one line. It says something about being in love with underage, and I was like, I'm just gonna skip that for now. Fun song, though. Okay, I'll be back. Oh no, I'm messing it up. Sorry. Okay, there you go. Sorry, that was my bad. I do that too often. Ooh.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay, oh, wait, I gotta figure out how to BRB. Sorry. Okay, BRB.
An ultra rare.
Well, what have we here?
Shoki girly? Did I say that right? I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I appreciate it. And congratulations on your UR if you would like it. It is entirely up to you. Oh, okay, I am back. Thank you. Although we're probably gonna have to pause the timer because we're still going. Wow, you guys are at a high level. That's right, Anima. Hmm. 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 Oh, I got one. Heck yeah. Hmm. Oh. They're 5-letter words. I see. Hmm. Is this a word?
Pita.
Hold on. Let me pause the timer. There's a horse? Oh! Pita! The horse is here. Oh, man. I don't think we're making it out of this one. Let me finish my chips now, then. I just wanted to eat my chips. Well, I definitely tried. It's hard. Let's see. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Jack for getting a whopping first. Well, I might fix myself a little. A whopping first place, followed by Sick Ripper, Sweetie, Shadow, me, Runic, Animon, Maestro, Oz, and Rim. Thank you, everyone, for playing. I appreciate you guys. Alright, we're gonna get back to the art, but I gotta drink something first, because I'm, like, super thirsty right now. Oops, wrong button. There you go. Let me grab a water. Okay. Drink time. Dang, I think I just drank like 1/10 of a liter. Which is not a lot, but it's for me it's a lot in one sitting, especially while I'm streaming. Oh crap, I meant to start the timer. That's fine. Did I tell you guys my new compression, my wrist compression thingy came in the mail today?
Oh, yeah? So now I can compress my wristies. Happy, happy, happy.
Oh. I don't know how well it's gonna work so far. It definitely feels really different because my last one had a metal bar in it and this one doesn't. So it feels very light. But I'm afraid it also kind of feels like it doesn't work just because my other one had a metal bar. But I'm hoping it works, crossing fingers. Animon, why you gotta say such mean things every time you're here, bro? I'm crying. It's not every time. I'm just pulling your leg, kind of. How could you forget? I'm actually, it's not even that I'm asking you to remember that I stream. It's the idea of mentioning that you forgot. I can't tell if I should be taking that as like a rude thing. It's like the idea of saying, oh man, I don't know. I don't know how to explain the feeling. I think it's something that can go without being said. There. I'll be honest. I told my mod team I would be honest about how I feel a little more often on stream, and I'm being a little honest about it. I think that's one of the things that is perfectly fine to keep to yourself. Like, again, I'm not asking for you guys to remember that I stream at all. Like, that's would be rude and not very fair for me to ask you guys that. But that is like one of those things that could just be kind of kept to yourself, kind of thing. There's a couple things. No, you're fine. You know, I know you don't mean it as an insult, but it's better that I mention to you. It is better that I mention to you, I guess, how I feel about it. Because you do it more than once. If you had done it only ever once, it's whatever, right? But I feel like you do it once a week or every other week. And so I'm like, let me just, let me actually bring it up and mention something rather than, you know, trying to be silent about it. I've been silent today about a lot of things. There's been a lot of things that have bothered me today, and I do my best to kind of put up with a lot. Not from you specifically, by the way. Not from you specifically, Anamon, but in general. I put up with a lot. What I'm trying to do now is screenshot when someone does something I'm not super happy with and throw it into the mod chat as examples of, like... Actually, I haven't hit enter yet in the mod chat. Let me do that. As examples of things that I don't like. Because I think a big thing is that my mod team isn't really sure what is okay and what's not okay. Because it's just a matter of practice, honestly. It's a matter of, you know, getting used to, because every streamer is very different. So unless you know definitely the things that I like or don't like, and the only way you're gonna know is if I say it out loud, they're not gonna know either. And it goes with everyone. So I'm just kind of vocalizing things a little bit. Attempting to, anyway. Vocalize a little bit. That's no worries, Anamon. I got you. I figured it. That's why I'm able to talk to you about it. Because I feel like you will understand that I'm just trying to express my feelings and that I understand that you are not meaning it in an offensive way. But unless I tell you, I feel like it would happen again. Unless I specifically tell you, hey, I don't really like that very much. Then you might do it again because you don't know. Literally, how are you supposed to know if I don't say anything? That goes with, like, any streamer, honestly. You'll notice being in someone's stream, you'll notice sometimes they don't like something. There's been so many times I've been in a stream and I notice they get quiet because someone did something they did not like, but they don't really speak up about it. And I get not wanting to be confrontational too. I don't like to be confrontational. That's why. But sometimes it depends. If it's like someone who you know will be understanding when you speak up about it, then it's okay. If it's like a one-time thing, unless it's really bad, like you guys know, that's not even like someone you'd want in the community. Like if they make, I don't know, really bad jokes, you know what I mean? I had one of those the other day too, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this person, so I took some action, but we'll see if it sticks. It's the beans. Eli, welcome, Bean. Welcome, Bean. No! Not the godded COVID. No, don't do that. Don't. I'm sorry to hear. I hope you and everyone feels better ASAP. Hi, Snowing. How are you doing today? See, like, Snowing's a color that I really like. Snowing's name, very nice color. Actually, the snowflake next to Snowing Fire's name, that's one of the colors I really like. Throwback to a conversation we had earlier. You mentioned when I do Pokemon streams. Lately, one of my viewers backseated me a lot. Oh, I only allow it a bit because they show you Easter eggs. You definitely, let me think. Now, granted, this is again, dependent per streamer. If you don't like it, though, if you don't like it. Now, if you like it, or you don't mind, or you don't care, that's completely, it's an own thing, right? But if you really don't like that they're backseating you, you should speak up at some point. Now, you don't have to call them out and do it in any mean way. You could just, kind of like how what I did, you just mention it like, hey, you know, I'm not, like, a super big fan of when you do that, you know? I would, like, if it's for backseating, you could say something like, you know, I really want to play this game and I want to enjoy it. Like, I'm perfectly fine with you giving me all these Easter eggs because I really like the Easter eggs, but everything else outside of that, I prefer to, you know, play the game and enjoy the game, and I don't really want to be backseated when I do that, you know? That's not enjoying for me. But it's hard. It's kind of hard. Well, for me, not for everyone, but for me, it's hard to speak out about stuff like that. Because you don't want to be confrontational. Well, I don't. I don't want to be confrontational. Again, it's different for people. Some people like to be confrontational. I'm not a huge fan of people that like to be confrontational. I can be completely honest there. But it's okay to not like, you don't have to like something someone does all the time. Just because someone likes to be confrontational doesn't mean that you can't agree or get along. It's just the idea that they're doing something you don't like, and that's okay. People are different, bro. Sorry, this is stemming from another conversation I had in another streamer's stream, where they talked about basically agreeing to disagree, like that whole quote. And it's a matter of, like, respect, where you can still respect someone even if you don't necessarily like the way they go about something. You can still respect them as a person, for sure. Random thoughts are random. Hi, Yokomino. I'm doing... Oh, wait, how am I... I thought you said, how are you? Oh, thank you, Yokomino. Hanging in there? You got this. You got this, I believe. I believe. I get a hug from you further away. Aw, it's snowing. You put so much sauce. Nerds are so nice, you know, sometimes. It's just awesome. I have literally no idea what you're talking about, Snow. Huh. But I will say there's a Psyduck. That's pretty cool. Oh no, my Psyduck. Oh no, it's still there. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong side of the screen. Let me confront you about your confrontationalist confronting the... It's hard. There's some people that are good at being confrontational, but there's a difference between being good at it and liking it. There are some people that actually like being confrontational. Now, those, I'm not a huge fan, because they enjoy getting up in people's faces, and I'm like, ugh, no. But again, to each their own. That doesn't mean I can't respect someone just because they do that. It just means that's something that I will not personally do, and I'm not a big fan of. That's all that means. Open source convention? Is that a thing? Huh? It's the second year of it? What type of convention is it for? Don't tell me it's like a condiments convention, is it? No way. I don't believe this. I want to play more Sonic Adventure. I want to play Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. I actually have... I want to watch Maestro play Sonic Adventure 2. Oh my gosh, Maestro's going to be playing VR chat tonight. I'm going to be there. If you guys haven't already, please feel free to follow Maestro. He's so kind, and he plays VR chat, and we're going to play. I'm excited. Here you go. I'm going to shout him out again, because I can.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
My lady?
My lady. That's Maestro, by the way. I don't remember the full context, but I ripped that from one of his clips without telling him. I don't even know if he remembers, because I haven't been using that command in forever. I don't think he remembers that I took that from a clip. Because I don't know if he's heard it in a while. He's probably sitting there like, Sonic Shadow Generation. Wait, that's a real thing, right? Isn't that a real thing? That came out not too long ago? I have never played that. I've played Sonic Generations a while back, but I never beat that one either. Oh, it's coming out. Okay, never mind. It's not out yet. Aw, man. Shadow's cool. Not my favorite, but he's pretty cool. Out of all of the hedgehogs... Amy's a hedgehog, right? Out of all the hedgehogs, which one would you say is your favorite? Oh, wait, there's a whole lot, though. What is that? Hold on. Get out of here. That's hard. No worries, Gray. Have fun. All nerd tech. And it's engineering makers, do-it-yourselfers, YouTubers. Oh, they hang out at Cow Palace? And just network alone worth it? How many people went to this convention, would you say? What is Cow Palace? I have so many questions. You gotta look it up? Man, I guess I could do it on break if I remember. I will take a drink. I actually need it really bad, Runic. Maybe a drink from cows. Rogue! Oh my goodness. You know what? Maybe it is time to drink some Rogue. If you guys didn't know, 30% off until June 20th. Once June 20th hits, it's gone. Then it's only 20%. Get it now. Or wait, it's up to you. You like Silver? Silver is cool. I don't know much about Silver, though, like about his past. Scourge was mean. Needless to say. 30? That's right. 30% off. Your order of Rogue today. Heck, sacre bleu. That's almost a steal. Heck yeah. Thanks, Ayokuri. I'd have to say that's one of my favorite things to do when I go into someone's stream and they have stuff like this. I like... It's fun! It's fun, isn't it? Because then they're like, wait... Yeah, they play into it because they're like on board, or they're like embarrassed. They're like, no, don't talk about my partnership with Rogue, no. Or they play into it like, heck yeah, and you know what else? And you have people like me who just talking about it, and now I'm lame. Damn it. Scourge just wanted Sonic to approve of him and find him as an equal, as far as I remember. It's been over 10 years. Didn't he go to jail? Or wait, I'm trying to remember too. But didn't he straight up go to jail? How you doing, Amari? Hello. I was all like, yeah, Amari's been here for a while. I don't even say hi. How you doing today? Yo, you wanna see what we've been cooking? I'm adding a couple highlights right now. I don't know how many I want to add. Not that many, but... Bro, look. Wait, no, not that close. Hold on. I'm gonna lengthen the ending. I only have it that short for right now because I'm working on the rest of it. But once we get to it, I'm gonna lengthen the ending a little bit. A little bit. Multiple times. Ow, my knee. Does Metal Sonic count? Metal Sonic is more of a robot than a hedgehog, but it's a robot hedgehog, so it's really hard, you know? It's actually really hard, because it's a robot and it's a hedgehog. It's a robot hedgehog. Yo! Aw, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. As for my favorite, I also don't know. Probably Sonic. He's so arrogant, though. Maybe Amy. My favorite might be Amy just because... But she's so, like... creepy. I don't know, I kind of like that. Like the little evil smile at the end? Yeah, that's, this one. Hold on. Oh, I don't... Hold on, it's in a different folder. This one. And then if I open the other one, you can see like the full body without the mouth. Ooh, ooh. Can you imagine? I made this one like almost a year ago at this point, and we've been working on this for a hot minute. We've been working, I think we started in August. No, I think we started in September, but we were in the talks in August. Or was it in August? I actually don't know now. We've almost been working on this one for a year. There's been some hiccups about some stuff, but it's been a while. Time really flies, bro. Sonic Underground. Sonic Underground. I long for my children, but I have to wait. To act too soon may seal their fate. They made a vow that mother will be fast. Sonic Underground. Oh gosh. Avie is adorable, I agree. Green Drummer was your favorite? Yeah. That was Manic? There was, what were their names? Manic, it wasn't Mona. No, that was a different person. Sonia, right? Sonia, Manic? Was it? I don't even remember. And then Sonic. Sonia and Manic, yeah! And then their mom, whatever her name was. And Uncle Chuck! Although Uncle Chuck was in the comics as well. Poor guy. Yee! Alright. Oh. I don't know what more I want to do with this. I think it's starting to get around to the finishing stages, which is good. But I get so, like, am I ready to finish it? I guess I could start at least finishing it, and if like I'll make it all into separate layers so I don't mess up because I know me, bro. I know me. Oh right, I was gonna add gradients to the eyes. Ugh, I forgot. I think around here maybe. I completely forgot. There we go. It gives it like that simple oomph. You know what I mean? I don't need it necessarily back here, but as it gets closer, it starts to like get more detail. Oh man, my leg is like doing a thing right now. Hold on, let me fix my cushion. Wait, Adobe's getting sued? What? For their AI thing? Their AI junk? I thought AI wasn't yet like, I don't know what Adobe's been doing, but I thought AI wasn't yet what's the word I'm looking for? Discriminated. I don't know what the word here is. In the US, I know it is in other countries, but I thought in the US it was still like allowed, which sucks, but that's because the US hasn't done anything. Can they legally be sued? Ooh, I don't know whether I want, oh no, I don't know which one I want. I kind of want the light. Sorry. I don't know. That's tough because they both look good. I think I'll do this one with the dark. I'm so glad I put, oh no. Oh, yay. I'm so glad I put these all on different layers. Otherwise I'd be screwed. Draw Sonic art? Honestly, Amari, that does not sound bad at all. That sounds like fun. Sonic. I still want, I have an idea for a Sonic OC I really want to make. But what is happening on this? What was I saying? I might add some more shading over here too. Crap, I don't know what I was saying now because I got interrupted rudely. Oh, right, I wanted to make a Sonic OC is what I was trying to say. Duh. That'd be so cool. I forgot she had another eye. It's over the subscription services? The subscriptions? Wait, what? But it's been a subscription service for like ever now. What'd they do? I changed something? I don't know that one, Marine Boy. Little guy interruption? Interruption where? It's me. Bad at remembering things. Here to haunt myself again. Right here it gets weird because it like, let me add that. I was like, what the heck happened? There we go. Oh, so weird. Okay. No, wait. If I had done this a little bit better, I wouldn't have to do this on every single layer. I could just copy paste, but I didn't. I did not think about it ahead of time. Whoopsies. Alright, now I think I'm done with it. And I'll just start, what's the word? Duplicate the layer so that I don't lose all the crap I did beforehand. And I'm gonna name it Final Merge, because this will be our final and our, I guess, merge is the word we're using now, because merge doesn't exist. And now I get to merge everything. Yippee! Merge all the layers. Merging all the layers. You can kind of, oh yeah, you can see it over here. Oh, I'm so glad you guys can see my layers. You can see, oh crap, there was a Pokemon. A Caterpie. Oh crap, did I mess up? Too many layers, too many layers. What? Okay, everything has been merged. Oh. Next. What do I do next? Let me think. Crap. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. No worries. I'm gonna have to duplicate all of the line art layers. And also merge them. What is happening? Merge them with the... What's this called? The color layers. Otherwise this won't turn out the way I want it to. Alright. Was it really, Omari? Is it still one of your dreams? Would you like to? Aw, Silver. Yeah, I don't really draw much in the Sonic style. I think it's a really nice style and I love to see it, but I don't personally like to draw on it myself. Alright, are you guys ready to see all the finishing techniques? Let me make sure I have all the right layers selected. Nope, that one's not right. Here we go. Hatsune Miku Garfield figure? I'm sorry, excuse me? What? If it would be possible, then why not? But I don't really draw much Sonic stuff. That's also fair. That's also fair. I've been seeing on Twitter, there's this cute... Okay, listen. Listen. I don't necessarily ship Amy and Shadow, right? I am one of the Amy Sonic people, even though Sonic is a crap. I still like Sonic. But I've been seeing some ship art of Amy and Shadow, and I think it's so cute. It's so cute. And I really love every time I see it, I'm like, oh, this is delicious. Thank you. It's a real thing? Why? How? What does that even mean? Almost there, gang. We're almost done. Oh, there's so many. Too many layers, bro. Look at how beautiful it becomes, though. Oh. Like, look at it now. Okay, well, this one's not as impressive. This might not even look like... Yeah. This one's really pretty. It's not bad. The rest of them are gonna be meh. But, yeah. Orange Hatsune Miku? Is it? A lot of Sonic ships are really cute. That's also true. That's true. Ow. The figure is called Garfield Miku? We're talking about Garfield the cat, right? Not Garfield, like, anyone else? There are other people named Garfield, true. Yes. The cat, okay. President, exactly, there's a President Garfield that no one remembers. Except when comparing them to Garfield the cat. Alright, alright. We did it. I need to get rid of this background because it's bothering me now. Okay. Wow. Actually, oh god. I learned something recently. I'm gonna try it in Clip Studio. I don't normally do this, but I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm gonna try tweening. I wanna see how tweening is gonna work. How good. What did I say? Alright, let's find out. Never really done this before. Okay, it looks really weird. Let me... No, wait, what? Get out of here. What the heck was that? Hold on, let me put a border around all of this. Tweening! I've never really done tweening before. I'm so used to just redrawing everything. That I was like... I mean, theoretically, I do it in my video editor. I don't do it in Clip Studio, but here you go. What do you guys think? Except I gotta lengthen the end of it. Hold on, let's do that now. Wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. Is this good or no? No. Yuck. Okay. Let's go back. Can I try that tweening thing again? Wait, can I? I'm gonna try another lazy method. I say lazy, I also say innovative. Let's try it. Tweeting? You mean Xing? Oh, no, I don't know any. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know anyone who calls it X. What is on this layer? Why is... Oh. Eh. I tried tweeting once and it's not too shabby. It's good for good uses. It's not good to replace like full-on frames and stuff, depending on like the context of it. Like if you wanted to make hair moving in the wind, you're gonna want to redraw it. You're not gonna want to necessarily tween it. But if there's some like movement going on and you want to add an extra oomph to the movement, I've learned that tweening's pretty good at doing that. Same with backgrounds. It's really good for backgrounds for sure. That or just straight up keyframe things. Very cool though. Okay, let's do my lazy cheapo. All right, pray with me. Oh my gosh, what is she doing? Oh my goodness. Ain't no way. How dare she? How freaking dare she? Are you? Oh. No, that's not what I want. Good. Depends on the style. Isn't it a great name? I have no idea what it's named. It's when everybody else is achieving something in their life, but you're just sitting in your room all day, being a burden on society. Yeah. It's a relatable one, that's for sure. Not for me, of course. No. Try not. You know what? I do want to do that one day. I did it with Maestro before. Do you guys ever want to take on a challenge of... The challenge is you sit there and you challenge with a group of friends. So think of accountability buddies, right? And the point of the challenge is that you have to keep everyone in your group, including... Like you keep yourself, but other people will keep you accountable for not talking bad about yourself. And yeah, let me tell you, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. But I think it's a well worth challenge to attempt. Yeah. So you basically get a group of close friends who you know are willing to absolutely call you out if you do something like talking bad on yourself. And what it is you hold each other at a high accountability. And the fun part about it is when you make a bet. And the bet is, I bet that if you do talk bad about yourself, you have to do this. And if you don't talk bad about yourself, then you will get this. You know what I mean? I know it sounds tough, but I think it's a well worth challenge. And you get to pick the time frame. So it could be like a week if you want to start off easy mode. It could be a month if you really want a challenge. I definitely think it's something people should try, though. Too many people talk bad about themselves, bro. And it makes me feel bad whenever I talk good about myself, because everyone else is freaking talking bad about themselves, and I'm like, damn, I guess I can't feel good about anything I do. Because everyone's talking bad about themselves, bro. That's not really the company that I keep. I'll be 100%. My close friends, obviously you can't choose the company you keep when it comes to like your community, for example. But the company that I keep in terms of my friends, I'm not huge on people that talk bad about themselves. I can withstand it like every now and then, for sure. But I purposely do not like to keep company of people who constantly talk bad about themselves, because it rubs off. It rubs off, and then you start talking bad about yourself, and we don't want that, bro. That is not the way. And so I typically don't keep the company of people that talk constantly bad about themselves for that reason. We're here, I feel, we are here to uplift each other, not to... I just did that on the wrong layer, damn. It's okay. We have technology. Control Z exists for a reason. I have to Control Z a lot. Hold on. Wait, I'm going too far. What did I do? Oh my gosh, I did all the wrongs. Okay, now I understand what was going on. There we go. But yeah, that's personal preference. Dude, maybe we should put money in a jar every time we talk down on ourselves. If I did that, I'd be rich. Do you have the money to do that? It's a bit of the issue there. If you do, then by all means go for it and try. But that's also a tough one. A tough ask for a handful of people. Me included. Oh gosh, what happened? Sucker punch.
I want to see a little Amy Doodle.
See? I extended the ending just a little bit, and I think it made it all that much more. And I did it the lazy way. Heck yeah. What do you guys think? Oh, hold on. There we go.
Let me take a sneaky peeky.
Also, it's break time! Miso, I thought you, at first I thought you said, that looks great, Amy. And I was like, what? How did you know my name? No. I was like, what the heck? Oh, that's so cute! What the heck? Amari, that's so adorable! I love them both. Amari, you should make comics. You should make those, like, little comics. Have you ever had a ship? You could ship Amy and Silver. No, you could ship anyone, but I want to see more art. Bruh. I want to see more art.
Please. 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 Let me see. I like it when you draw.
See, yeah, if I try to draw freaking... What the heck? Get out of here. Oh no, I'm messing up everything. Stop. In the name of love, before you break my heart. I forgot I had to do sketches. I guess that's not happening today. Look, if I try to draw Sonic characters, they look like this. Hi, it's me. I'm Sonic. This is from memory. I look like that one popsicle stick that people sometimes get, and my eyes are all over the place. What's up? Hey guys. This is my Sonic characters. Oh no. Oh no. You tell I used to draw Sonic for like 5 years. Did you really? Yes, I can tell. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because I did not ever draw Sonic art. Here, I'll show you the one Sonic thing I made last year for Art Fight. And it was my first time, minus like all the times as a child drawing, you know.
I'm gonna draw Tails.
Hold on, I'll show it to you. But I've never really drawn Sonic art, so this is the most I've done is the Sonic popsicle. No, I will drink. 1 sec. Wait, where is the... Oh, heck. Here it is. This is the one Sonic thing that I attempted last year, because I saw the character, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to draw something from Sonic. Okay. I don't mind the person. There's some oddities going on here, but this is kind of wonk. I don't know. It's not the world's worst for sure, but it was my first time attempting Sonic, and I was like, yo, I know nothing. I know nothing about Sonic characters, bro. But it was a lot of fun. I missed Art Fight. Oh, Art Fight is happening this year. If you guys have not signed up yet, the teams were announced the other day. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some real quick. You been working on a secret project? I'm excited. If you're gonna share, if not, that's perfectly fine. But, what was I gonna say? Something. Oh right, I wanted to make a Sonic OC at some point. Because I used to make a bunch of OCs for different games that I played, and Sonic is a big one, but I never got around to making it. Probably won't if I'm gonna be 100% here, but it was worth thinking about doing once in my life. Swim Neutral Chow, it was like their OC. They had a Chow OC, and they had a, like the Sonic character, Sonic OC, Don't Steal. So I drew them because they were cute. I liked them a lot. Hi, Wasteland. Oh, my back, bro. No, you guys did not hear that. I just cracked it so much. Goodbye, back. That could be a Sonic X, but still. Bro, Sonic X was great. You remember, what was her name? What was her name? Cosmo? Cosmo from... I saw your sneaky peeky. I'm not saying anything. Wasteland, thank you so... Here, if you're gonna send me a sneaky peeky, I'm gonna send you a sneaky peeky. Give me 1 second. Wasteland, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you for the bubble biddies. Oh no, I'm not ready to save. Give me a second. For the bubble biddies. I need to stop the animation. There we go. Okay, now I can save it. And it is saving. You can kind of see at the top my clouds cover a little bit. Bubble biddies. Hold on. I want to show you something, Amari. I need to find it without opening it on stream, because if I open it on stream, I'm dead. Dead, bro. Not really. I don't really care that much, but here it is. Alright. You ready, Amari? Yeah. Hold on, I have to copy something really fast before I accidentally paste this into my drawing program. I'll be like, ugh. Cosmo, yeah, she should be canon. Yo, Cosmo and Tails. Yo, that was a thing though, wasn't it? Wasn't Cosmo and Tails an actual thing? Cause didn't they kiss? Hold on. Cosmo X Tails. They were absolutely a thing, bro. Absolutely. Look at this. Tailsmo, bro. Tailsmo. Sorry, this is spoilers. If you guys don't want to be spoiled Sonic X, look away. Right now. Tailsmo, bro. That was such a weird ship name, though, I'm gonna be honest. Sorry, I clicked on why did I go to Fur Affinity? And I spoiled that. See, it's so cute, though. It's so cute. Okay, I'm done. I'm done spoiling. We're done spoiling Sonic X. Sorry. I can't remember anymore. No, you're fine. I haven't seen it in a long time. I just remember that person existed and there was like a weird thing between them. And I was like, yo. There was absolutely a thing between them. I'm like looking at some GIFs now. But it was weird, and I'm not gonna say what happens, but yo. Sonic X was a thing. Sonic! No, wait, that's the wrong one. Go, 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 goody go fist. You guys wanna watch all of the entirety of Sonic X? How long is Sonic X? Sonic X length. It is 27 hours. 27 hours and 18 minutes. Alright, you guys want a 27-hour stream on top of the 5-hour we already did? 27 plus 5? Wait, we're on break time that whole time? I didn't even know! I thought we were on focus time that whole time. I'm not gonna lie. It gets pretty violent near the end. It does, but the ending, oh, I won't even spoil. Oh man, I want to tell you guys. It's so... It's a very nice touch to Sonic fans, for sure. To see it animated, I should say. Without any other spoilers. I'm going to drink something now.
Howdy, Recco.
27 hours? It's a bit long, but you could literally sit there for a day and watch. Basically, let's see, if you split realistically, if you split 27 up into a weekend of 2 days, that's what? Oh my gosh. 12, 24, 26. That's like 13 and a half hours each. I think people could do that. Could you guys sit there and watch a show for 13 and a half hours for like 2 days on a weekend? That would be the whole, you'd watch the whole thing of Sonic X as long as you skip through. I mean, actually, if you skip through the opening, really good opening though, hard to skip, and you skip through the ending and whatever's, I don't think it has an ending thing actually. You could probably do it. No? Oh. Okay, Rekko couldn't do it, but I feel like most people could do it. Sorry, Rekko. Not for Sonic X, bro. Sonic X was peak show. Sonic X was peak, bro. Peak cartoon, Scott. I'm like dropping my pen. Sad we didn't get to live and learn in the music during the show like in Japan. Oh, wait, they had a show in Japan? Oh, you mean the music. I see what you mean. Because they got the actual music and we got crap. Fair. Just watch it in Japanese. Don't watch it in English. The last season apparently was made because it was so well with Western audience. Really? Kind of weird. What? Oh, Rim. Thank you for the clip, Rim. I appreciate you. Ow. Waiting for... There's supposed to be an abridged Sonic X? Really? Chris was peak too then. Chris was... We're talking about Chris from Sonic X and no other Chris, right? Right? Chris was, kind of... Chris's whole family was kind of, They weren't, like, horrendous. They definitely were not the worst human characters I've seen in a Sonic, show. But, I can sit, oh, look, listen. I'm a big enough fan to sit through it. To sit through all of Chris's family to watch some Sonic. There you go. Not much for a bridge period. You've told us, I think you've told us before. Oh my god. Maestro, I almost called you Sonic. I think you've told us before, Maestro. Bro, every time I hear the word Chris and Sonic together, the idea of it, I get scared. But as long as you're talking about Chris, I will take Chris from Sonic X any day compared to other dude named Chris that's related in some way to Sonic. I think you guys know who I'm talking about. Any day, all day. Remember Sonic? His uncle's cool. You mean Uncle Chuck? For like the 2 seconds he was in anything, and then he. Oh man, that dude, that Uncle Chuck gets done dirty every single time, bro. Every time. I'm waiting for them to make a Sonic show that actually focuses on the games and with no shenanigans. Can they do that, Rekko? Like, do they have the rights to do something like that? I guess I don't see. Does Sega do animations and stuff? Ow. Sorry. Sonic X, Chris from Sonic X was a self-insert. Oh no. That Sonic guy. I'm sorry. I looked at your name and I saw it was blue and I just immediately thought Sonic. Sorry. My ma'am. Very fair. Sonic's the best thing alive. That's right. That's right. I don't know. Sega could give it to them. Look at the Mario movie. Hey, Sonic already has the Sonic movies. And you know, the better of the Sonic movies, the Knuckles show. The Knuckles show. Ow. Oh goodness, I'm breaking my model because I'm too close to the camera right now. No! The Knuckles show. The Knuckles show. I can't get any closer than this. It keeps backing up, bro. Okay, never mind. I really back up. Oh man. Sonic X did have Adventure Time in Season? Wait, what? Tie in season? Are you talking about the end? Without spoilers? Sonic lore is deeper than I could have ever known. Like, they have game. Oh my gosh, Chisago. Lol. I wanted them to do the OVA. At least it's on YouTube now. Wait, you mean like redo the OVA? Like if they made a new I like the OVA the way it is. I hope they don't touch it. I like the OVA a lot. Still have to watch it. Oh man, I can't wait till you guys watch the Knuckles show. It's great. We watched it on Discord, those that were able to catch it. Yeah, let me know how you guys liked it. I thoroughly enjoyed the Knuckles show. It was faithful enough to the original whilst also being entertaining. Are we talking about the same thing? Oh. Fasani here. I'm gonna drink because you threw an eraser at me.
Fasani.
You liked Christopher Lloyd as Chief. Oh, wait, is that who that was? I don't know who Christopher Lloyd is, but that sounds like a name that people know. So I make it sound like I know. Hi, Sketchy. I have paint all over me now. I gotta wash my clothes. Gah. We all know that's not gonna happen. We are all Sonic fans. I feel it, Miso. I feel it. Can't forget the first Sonic movie, the anime. Which one are you talking about? You're not talking about... There was definitely a Sonic movie that came out before the OVA. I can't think of what it would be, though. I know they have, like, The Adventure of Sonic the Hedgehog or something like that. I don't know what it's called, but that's an interesting one. I've never actually seen it, even though it's on Netflix. Wait, is it? Netflix? It's either on Netflix or Paramount. I don't know. One of the two of them. Fasani. I want to see Fasani do some more, screensaver mode, please. Please. It was in the 90s. Running in the 90s. Thank you, Sketchy. We basically finished. With this one. We still have more to do. I'm just kind of sitting here now. I don't really want to start a new one. I could start sketching, because I have some sketches. You know, I should probably do that. I just wanted to take a longer break, but I've been taking too long of a break. It's time for me to get back to work. Doc Brown. Oh, Doc Brown. No way. Wait. Did you guys know there was a new Back to the Future that came out? My dad watched it. I don't know how it was, but there was also a new... My dad watched it as well. There was a new... What was it? Matrix. You know The Matrix? They came out with a new one of those as well. And it has Keanu Reeves in it. That's like the only person I know by name. No, there's a couple other ones I know by name. Jim Carrey, I think. I don't know if I know anyone else. Used to know Robin Williams. By name. I am really bad with names. If you guys did not know, I'm really bad with names. That's why. First Western season? Western series. Back to the Future, yeah. Man, that main character... Whipple, so... I'm sorry. What? Rago. I didn't know that was the first... That was definitely not the first ever Sonic movie. You're just talking about... In... What? Yeah. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Have a good EP, Amari! Thank you so much. Hiya, Cheery. How you doing today? Alright, let me actually get some work. It was the OVA. Right. We watched that on stream legally. I have to say legally. We watched that on stream. A year or two ago? Really, really good movie, though. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the Show Me During Break, even though it's not break time anymore, because I did not look at it. I see a couple of them. Alright, let's start with, we need to do Stick Rippers. If you guys notice, we don't have the Redeem this week for the sketch. That's because I am 2 sketches behind, and I think it's more fair that I actually do those sketches first. So I'm going to do that first. It's on YouTube, and the localizer for the dub is defunct, so... Wait, does that make it... Does that actually, like, legitimately make it legal for me to watch on stream, then? Like, legit? Like... No cap? No, wait. What do the kids say now? No diggity? No. There's another thing people say that means basically no cap. I don't know. Ow. Okay, let's draw... Let's sketch. Based? Is it based? Is that the new thing? I know, I've heard based, but I didn't know that was new. I don't know what type of bird this is. It's blue. I'm not really good at bird anatomy either, so wish me luck here. Okay. Further, oh, wait. Instead of hitting new, I hit create new from keyboard, or from copyboard, or whatever it's called. And it was the... That's funny. Alright. For the record, because I never really made it a steadfast rule, I guess I'll have to make it a steadfast rule now. I don't really like to work off of images. Like... So I think from now on I'm gonna ask that, you know, it's, Hi, kitten! I'm gonna have to ask that it's not images anymore. Just, you know, a character. If you really don't have a character, it could be your favorite character from a show or from a game or something. Just not real life references. I've actually had to decline several commissions because they asked me to animate them. And they're like, oh, just make me an anime character. And I'm like, that requires a lot of character design that I am not capable of doing. even though it sounds really easy. You just draw an anime character, you put clothes on it that looks like them, and boom, done. It's just, I don't particularly like it. Yeah, with Santa, it's okay, because Santa has a lot of different representation. That's like if you did, like, Easter Bunny, or I don't know. But I can't work off of, like, real-life images. It's just personal preference, and because I've never really done it. Never really learned. Maybe one day I'll learn how to do it properly. But it's not something I'm super interested in, so. I just like to work off of my cartoon images. It's not, basically I'm saying it's a skill I don't really think I need to adapt. I have a lot of other skills I want to learn more. Can you draw me? Because well, the thing is, they're like streamers and stuff, and that's fine, absolutely. But I'm really bad at drawing real life people, and I'm not, you know. Now, for a bird or an animal, I might be able to do it, but I gotta warn you guys, I don't draw animals, so. Imagine my surprise when I'm given an animal to draw. And I'm like, I will do my best. I will do my best. That's all I can do. Don't expect it to look very good. I'm drawing a bird. I am. I am drawing a bird. This is Sick Rippers Redeem. for... Here it is. I was looking for the folder. The character sketch is so sick. Ripper. I can't even... Is it a... I guess character sketch. I'm gonna do my best, but again, I have a hard time working off of photos. It sounds self-conceited. I mean, my character is kind of based off of me, but I at least found references and or drew it myself. It really is to each their own, though. Like, some people are good at drawing off of real-life references. I'm just not. Like, this is a skill issue on my part, and I'm admitting that, you know, it's my own issue. But at the same time, it's not an issue that I find necessary to fix, because it's not something I'm interested in fixing. That'd be like me saying, hey, I don't know any, like... I'm trying to think of a good example. I don't know anything about sports. There's nothing wrong with not knowing anything about sports. And it's not something that I'm interested in learning. Birds, bro. And I've never really... I mean, I've drawn a bird once or twice before. I know I've drawn Animon's birds. I'm not really a bird drawer. My dad used to draw really good birds, though, ironically. He would draw real-life birds, though, not like I'm drawing a anime bird. Hi, Lifeless! Burb. That's right, Burb. Kids Next Door art? I did, Animon. Still not my favorite. Capybara? Capybara. I need to stop taking commissions that I'm like... I mean, the thing is, I really enjoy challenging myself with these things. But, I don't know. Thank you, Animon. You found an RFI person whose only character is IRL geese? I did opt... I did it myself. I opted to draw someone's IRL... I think it was a gerbil. Because they drew a really lovely picture of me. And then I was looking through their characters, and they had one of their gerbil, and specifically that gerbil had passed away, so they were looking for art to put on their, like, wall as, like, a shrine kind of thing. So I was like, I mean, heck yeah, I'll draw. It's not really... This looks really weird, I'll have to fix this. It's not really something that I draw often, but this person drew really good art of me. I think it's the least I could do is try to draw, like, this gerbil. And I did. Came out a little weird, but at least I tried, I think. And they liked it. So. Alright. That's wholesome. It was nice. You know what? Instead of redrawing this whole thing, I'm just gonna try to fix it up where I just erase all the parts that are sketchy sketch. So that way I don't have to spend the time to redraw the entire thing. It might be easier to redraw the whole thing, but nah, I don't know if easier is the right word there, actually. I'm gonna be honest. Etch-a-sketch, yeah. Did you get a sponsorship? Yeah, a sponsorship? I'm sorry, what the heck? I did! Thank you so much for asking! Crap, there's ads. Now I can't do my whole spiel. Thank you for asking, Animon. Let me know if you could still hear me, if you got ads. Actually, I'm not a huge fan when people, like, mention that they get ads as well. But as long as they don't complain about it. If you're just mentioning you get ads, that's one thing, and that's fine. But if you complain about, because I've had some people complain about it. They're like, oh no, I have ads. Wait, hold on, I'm still watching ads. They say it like every like couple seconds. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I still have ads. And I'm like, I can't help you, bro. I'm sorry. Thank you for the save. Ooh. I'll wait till Animon confirms that he's here. Hi, Lucky. Actually, I'll drink too. So if someone is like, hold that thought, ads, you take offense to that? No, I literally said the opposite. Maestro, hello? Hi, Sayu. How you doing today? Thank you for the shout out to Sayu. Got him with the, which one? There's so many. Which Peter Griffin quote? Your tummy hurts? No, tummy rubs. What if tummy rubs? Yeah. Did you think about that? Yeah. Beat 'em up. What's happening? I'm drawing a bird. Oh. Let me fix this bird, though. There. I want to stylize the bird, but the bird... Like, I want to do stuff like this. I like when birds have little tufts of hair. But it's not my character, so I'm not gonna. Sonic, really? Why is it a Sonic bird? Because it's blue? What? Burb. Yeah, this is why I don't draw animals, bro. This is... wonk. I said I was gonna fix the feet. I don't think I will now. It's staying like that. Alright. Bird. Let me add the shading and we're done, because this is what we call a sketch. No more, no less. Burp. Give the blue Sonic spike, bro. I want to. It used to be in Robotnik's machines. Now it's free. It's free. It just had to get out of... Oh wait, that's a spoiler. Never mind. Never mind. Ooh. Special order for Sonic. So now there's bit redeems? Yes, there are. There are bit redeems now. And for the record, as a streamer, you have no way of turning that off. Did you know that? Did you know that I tried to turn off the bit redeems and you can't turn it off? Yippee! But you know what it goes to show? Looking at what they did to add the bit redeems, it goes to show that they can absolutely categorize channel point redeems, and I wish they would. I wish they would allow for categories in channel point redeems. Because imagine I could have categories, so I could put, like, here's all the throwables, here's all the outfit changes, and you could just look at per category rather than having to, like, scroll through everything. I think that would be so cool. Like, I don't care about the bit redeems. I want, like, categories, bro. I want my organization. I want it so bad. It'd be so cool. Wouldn't it? Hi, Isaac! How you doing? Rainboy, draw an animal. Draw a stick figure that kind of looks like an animal. I got you, bro. Ready? What is it? Okay. Eh. I think we are done. Bird. Ugh. There we go. Nice. Fuck. There we go. I don't know. I feel like I should add some of these, like, because these are like the characteristics, right? So I should probably add some of these in the shading, which I could do a little bit. I won't add everything, but... Blech. Like little things.
Little.
I don't think I'll add all those lines, though. I'm gonna be real. Unless I do it like that, and I don't think that looks good, so rip. Goodbye, lines. Not a huge fan of the black spots either. Maybe it's just because the rest of it isn't colored, but I'm not coloring it, so it's done. Save, save, save. Oh no, what happened? Save, save, save? Hello? Saving? There we go. And no, I saved it incorrectly. Help. Save, 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 save. There we go. Now it has been saved correctly. Should be a stripe brush, right, but since it's just a sketch, it would be like putting a more effort into it than needs to be. And there does not needs be, so I will not. Let's see. Let me export this as well, because I haven't exported this one yet. If I export this as a GIF, it's gonna look awful, which is why I'm going to do that, just to see how it looks. Because it compresses. GIF exports compress so much. Wait, how big is this? 1 meg. 1.2 meg, bro. Ah. Alright, let's see how it looks. Oh no. Here it is. You know what? Until the very end, it's not that bad because it's not that noticeable. Heck yeah. I really, really, really like the fact that I learned how to do this small, it's like small little stuff, but that movement in the background. Very nice, very nice. Let me send it to Sick Ripper. Your anime.
Charmsy, welcome, man. Sketch is here. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Spelly. That's me. I'm your headmistress witch on Twitch. And I do art and animation like this. Thank you so much for the raid, Twirlingen. Welcome in with the twirls. How was your stream? What did you do? Oh no, my music's gone. Goodbye, music. There it is. Hello, art! If you would like to share your art, I would love to see your art. Pretty please, pretty please. That would be very kind. Otherwise, we just about finished this one up. I'm just shipping clients stuff. Yeah! Links are permitted for you. I would love to see. Otherwise, thank you so much for joining in on that raid. Let me see. Let me take a sneaky peeky. Thank you again for the raid. Welcome in, Lawless Bandit, Autumn Steps, Speed Hunter. I love the little. They're so cute. They're so cute. The little emotes, the twirls. Ray Dono, Spike Man, Sonia. Did I say that right? Art. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Lawless Bandit, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Ooh. And Speed Hunter, thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. SR Gotcha. Oh, you got an SR. If you got an SR, which was the hat, you get 1 free channel point redeem. Feel free to redeem. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my goodness. Wait, I'm gonna show you guys. Alright, this is not my art. Well, first you're gonna see Alistair. Ignore that. That went to the wrong one? Okay, that's fine. There's the birds. Let me put it over here. Oh no! Everything is broken. There we go. Alright. Marine Boy. This is not my art. This is Charmsy's art. Look how beautiful. Look how beautiful. Marine Boy, thank you so much for giving the VIP to Taki and Kronos. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Look at this. Aww. Okay, sorry. I would send in a thing. Look how beautiful! This is not my art, this is Charmsy's art. I'm sure you guys already know though. Ibari, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is coming out really well. Are you planning to finish this one too? Are you gonna do a big finish?
You guys should see how soft. Here, let me give a big shout out. You should see how soft. Look at this. Wait, did we already give it? Oh, we did. Okay, never mind. My mods are always on top of it and I'm not. I'm sorry. Ooh. It's a gift? Oh, it's okay that I'm showing it, right? I'm sorry. Oh, thank you so much for sharing with us, though. I really appreciate it. Yes, okay. I was like, oh no. She's seen it? Okay, okay. Oh, man.
This is beautiful, beautiful.
If you have to do any post-stream self-care, if you have to go eepies or sleepies, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, I was just about to figure out what to do next because we finished this animation. I don't really feel like going... Thank you so much for sharing again. I appreciate it. I don't really feel like going on and doing like a full new animation for the next one we have. But I do have another sketch in the queue, so I might do that. I was just gonna check really quickly.
Ooh. Thank you again so much. I really appreciate it.
Here, let me send Sick Ripper the bird sketch we just finished. Look, we sketched a bird. I don't normally draw birds, so I did my best, but we sketched a bird just now. We just finished it.
Look at his little eyes. It's like, hey guys. It's looking down.
I don't know what it's looking at, though. Maybe a worm. Maybe there's a worm on the ground. Alright, I have sent that to Sick Ripper. Next was Bone Marrow. Bone Marrow picked up the sketch from last week. They said either continuing the first redeem that we did, or doing another character to doodle. I don't know what I feel. Maybe I'll just, because I don't really have any other characters. Well, I have one other character. I might start doing some of the continuation of the first one, so we'll do that. Let me open their previous one.
Let's see. Let's take a sneaky peeky.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong folder. This was the one we did for them a while back, and they said to continue this one. So I can do that. Which means starting to line it. Hi, Soy Sauce! It's been a while. How's work been? I know you've been really busy with work. Here, I'm gonna keep going until I finish this, the sketch. Or I guess it's not a sketch this time. I'm adding more to the sketch, but let's do it.
Ambidations.
Hope you've been doing really well. I have learned, not really the hard way because it's vicariously, but I've learned that work dynamics change when new people come into the workplace. At my last workplace, we used to have like a really tight work dynamic of a handful of people. And I've recently been getting messages from some of them like, hey, you know, we're not really friends anymore. And I'm like, what happened? So I guess a new person had joined the workforce over at my last job. And they completely, not to say it's necessarily their fault, but the work dynamic completely shifted ever since they joined. Like, this one person who used to be close with other people only exclusively talks to this one person now. It's very interesting to hear. Again, it's just me living vicariously through someone else, though, so. But I feel bad, because it's like, we were all I mean, by close, I mean work close, and you guys know what that means. Not, like, close at all, but you know what I mean. At work, we could talk to each other, and talk to each other outside of work, too. Surprise. Just been busy, nothing you can handle. You applied to be 2IC now? What is 2IC? You want a lore with the 3 pink orbs? What? That's just a part of the hat, bro. That's like how Spelly has eyeballs. I'm not saying that it's the hat's eyeballs, but it's just like a part of the creature. It's how it uses its magic. Kind of like, if anything, it's more like a mouth. No, it's more like petals. Because think of photosynthesis on flowers, however that works. But instead of taking sunlight and carbon dioxide and stuff, think magic. So it feeds off of magic. But it does so as if like the balls. The balls are also the place where how it uses its magic. So all of the magic, like if, example, if it wanted to cast electricity, which it does, it's like one of its main attacks. It does it from the balls. It doesn't like the whole hat doesn't suddenly light up with electricity. The balls are what attack. This must sound kind of weird to someone who doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about. the little balls on my head, if you guys are wondering. But that's also how it gets its magic, is, again, some sort of similar to photosynthesis, but with the mana, the magic that's in the air. Or in the world. Because the whole world itself has a very small resonance of magic. Oh, I need to get a reference of this character. Okay. So I get a charge or assist. Oh, that's what that means. I did not know. I see. Shapeshift hat. Where'd you get it? I think I had mentioned it before. It wasn't necessarily something I bought. It was something that I had found on one of my adventures, and I had wound up saving its life. Well, Spelly had wound up saving its life. And in doing so, it was eternally grateful. And decided to spend the rest of its life with Spelly. Protecting her. Ow. You guys are so mean. Are you... help me out, Anamon. Can you... Here, I can say that exactly how you wrote it. Ready? Am I able to talk new hat, or do I wait for when you use it? Apparently it doesn't say it for pianos. I see that. Not piano proof. I mean, to be fair, there's not a whole lot of things that are piano proof. There are some things that are, but not a whole lot of things. Your new design. Am I able to talk to the new hat? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, you could talk to the hat now. Can I talk about it? Or wait, oh! Yeah! I didn't only share it to you, Anamon. I shared it to everyone during stream. What? You can talk about it. Go for it. I mean, are you asking if I'm going to talk about it? How many of how many of the Academy's staff is piano proof? You know, I don't know if Chamber is, I'm gonna be honest.
Thank you for the drink.
I'm not sure if that was a one and done sneak peek. That's why I asked. No. I mean, what Anamon's talking about right now is our new outfit design that happens when we do debut. That's for everyone. That's like, because we hit the goals. That was the whole point. Because we hit the goals, you guys, that's the new design coming. Oh, I want to say something really quick. I forgot to mention this before. About, kind of regarding that. But I'm gonna have to mention it a couple times, so this is definitely not the first time I'm gonna have to mention it. But with anyone who gets a new design, no matter who it is, please, 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 don't say something like, I liked your old design better. Honestly, I wouldn't even say, I like your new design better. Like, you can like both designs. It doesn't have to be like a, which one you like better. But please, 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 if someone gets a redesign or a new design of some sort, do not say you like their old design better. That's just rude. That... Why? Why would you say that? But I know I have to say that more than just one time, but I think it's worth trying to say. You think that a guy can turn into a giant cannon would be piano-proof, but you never know. You never know. You would think that a girl that can control the freaking stardust would be piano-proof because she could just demolish it, but nope, she's not. Believe it or not, Spelly gets hurt. Like beans, bro, beans. Worth the effort. Off topic, but I like how not a single soul has the Spelly sub badge. It's coming. You know, it is a thing. I don't think I do either. Hold on, let me see. Let me type in chat real quick. Oh, perfect. There's a Flabebe. No, I have Velamin. Which means whatever I have, no one else can have something that's beyond me. I don't have a Pokeball? Bro, what? Hold on. So if I don't have it, then no one else could have it, you know? Unless something really weird happened. I have some questions to ask. How did you get my badge before me? But eventually the badges will rearrange as well. Like, the badges right now are a really good test for the future, because I do want to use them as our sub-badges from now on. But the order of them are going to be rearranging a bit, especially as we gain new OCs. There's going to be a lot of rearranging. Wait, what? I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna ignore that line for now. Ah.
Yes, headmistress. What?
Position in the future to give Winter 5 months of fame like everyone else. What do you mean 5 months of fame? Huh? Winter is already in the lineup. You've seen her. Earlier, you mentioned it. I added, some of the ones that I hadn't added before. I added, Lord Crossfield, Winter, and Save, and Yami. Those were the ones that I didn't have before. Everyone gets 5 months until the next Academy OC? Winter gets 3. Oh, you want me to move her to... No. It was worth asking, I guess, though. Right now, the lineup is... people who are not mods. People who are not mods are the first. Well, kind of. We still have paintbrushes, so I haven't done anything with the paintbrushes yet. But people who are not mods are the first in the line. And then after that, are mods. And then eventually hits Spelly. I have no idea what you're talking about then, bro. If you're not talking about the lineup. Everyone else gets 5 months, and then it's the next Academy OC. Oh, you're talking about... Okay, hold on. I think it's because you've never seen this screen. I can show you real fast, though. The duration, right. We kind of get to choose that, but this is why it is the way that it is. And now that I think about it, like I was saying, it's probably because you have never seen this screen. Whoa! There's a new thing! They're introducing a new thing, and I just saw it, and I have no idea what it means, but look at this. Well, I try to pull up the other thing. I don't know what it is yet. I haven't looked at it. This is probably why. I guess I don't mind sharing with you guys. Because of the, like, it starts when you're first a subscriber, then you've been here for 2 months, 3 months, 6, 9, 1 year, and then from here it goes 0.5. That's just how Twitch does it. That's not me deciding on the length or anything. It just happens. Hold on, I want to see what that bonus thing is. I don't know what it is. I want to click on it. Oh. Oh, I really thought it was something cool. I mean, I guess. Can I show this? Oh, it doesn't really matter. Access to my subscriber-only Discord. Merchandise discount. Yeah. That's not really what I thought it was going to be something cool. Never mind. I thought it was something new. It had the word new next to it. That is definitely... not what I thought it was going to be, man. Man... Discord, cool. We do have, you guys, if you didn't know, we do have a Discord sub-only channel, and I do post in there. But I don't know if anyone sees that. That's okay if not. I'm not sweating it, bro. Let's see, the last time I posted in there was when we went to the Cheese and Diner. I posted a photo of the Cheese and Diner. So it wasn't too long ago. But it was a while ago. Actually, this channel does not get used that often. I'll be completely honest. But you guys are free to use it at any point you want to. No one's stopping you. There's another channel. You can talk about whatever you want in there. Yeah. Secrets. Cheez-Its, bro. Oh, wait, I have Cheez-Its downstairs. Ah. Oh, yes. So you're running out of Patreon, I can see why it's so cool. Oh, thank you! Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm glad, I hope that everyone that got the free month during the birthday, and then obviously Animon outside of the birthday thing, I hope you guys all enjoyed it though. I wasn't extremely active, but that was kind of typical. I don't really have a lot of NDA work that I can't stream, so a lot of the stuff winds up getting streamed anyway. But there is something that I have started posting in the Patreon that is NDA. So in the very least, there's that. But otherwise, again, a lot of people, and, you know, knock on wood, because I'm actually really happy about it, but a lot of people are okay with me streaming stuff. And I'm glad, because I enjoy streaming. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Who did that? Q-Face, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'm hitting on random lines. You love seeing what you were doing with the opening and that you chose your story art first? Aw, thank you. I am glad. I am glad that you enjoyed it. That's right, you got the sneaky peekies. All of the sneaky peekies. That's what it's there for. The sneaky peekies. I like that a lot, sorry. I like that word. Gah. Choose Your Adventure, where did the idea come from? Need notes for the future? References? It didn't really come from any. I mean, if I were to think of a reference, you know, Goosebumps? The book? It's kind of like a similar vibe, but obviously I can't be like, turn the page, you know? So we had polls. And those polls are what kind of drove the... Firstly, I've always wanted to do a choose your own adventure for a while. But the original idea that I was going to do it for the first one, was a slime adventure. Because slimes are really easy to draw. And I wanted to make like a pretty fast-paced choose your own adventure. So that I could easily draw. I can show you the art for it if I could find it. Ooh. Where would I have put that? I think I had my own folder for it, so it might be in my random folder. Unless I deleted it. There's a very possibility I deleted it. Oh my goodness, I have so many did not finishes art. I just opened my did not finish art folder. I don't think I have it. I started working on this thing that was a slime version of Spelly, and every character was going to be slime versions, and it was going to be like a choose your own adventure where everyone's turned into slimes and they have to figure out how to unslime themselves. Honestly, I'm telling you guys because it's never really going to happen. I have a lot of ideas. I just don't always get to pursue them, which is fine. I mean, thus is life. There you go. I showed you guys something I'll never finish in return for the fact that I never got to do the original choose your own adventure I wanted to do. But you know what? I had a lot of fun for the one we did do, even though it was a promo thing, let's be completely honest. I still had a lot of fun with it. And I hope you guys liked it too. I want to do more in the future. Hopefully more that aren't just promo things. For real, for real. Actual lore drops. I think it would be a lot of fun. Frozen on mobile? No! Is stream lagging? Is it lagging? Is it still lagging, or can you guys see me now? It doesn't even say that my anything is broken right now. It says everything's all good, bro. The art style is so good, you're surprised how quick you made it? Really? That was my old art style. Is it still lagging or frozen? I'll type it out. Yeah, that was my old art style, and I just reused my old art style. I say reused. I just did my old art style again.
Thank you, Halki. I appreciate you. What? Sleazy Cassie! Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lag is gone, but it did make it buffer. That was kind of weird. A bit to clear up. Beans, bro. Maybe it's because my PC is, like, on fire right now. I'll be honest. That's probably why. I think I know how to do mini versions of that without digging into the small amounts of free time you already have. What you talking about, Rim? I'm listening. Oh, Camino, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You guys would be proud of me. I feel like I did a lot today. Wait, actually? How much did I do? I did all the promo images that I posted on Twitter earlier about the Rogue Energy thing. I made all of those this morning. I worked a little bit on a NDA project. I made like... Oh, actually, I did a couple things for that. Believe it or... And then I finished this animation. I think I just flipped it. Oh, cool. We could look at it flipped. Not bad, not bad. And then we finished this sketch, and now we're working on this lining for the sketch. I feel like I did a lot. You ever, like, work on stuff and you feel like it's not enough, though? No, it's not. For the record, that's not me right now. Just in general.
Aw, thank you, Rue. What the heck? That's so nice. That is so nice. Yeah? Computer.
All the time. I know. It's like I said, today I feel like I did a decent amount. But sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I could do more. More. I don't know what it is. Hulky, by the way, I know I said hi earlier, but let me give you a shout out. How you doing today? I want to play more of that game that we played the other day, as if it wasn't like a couple months ago.
Let me give you a shout out. Y'all should check out Hulky. Hulky does art and gaming. You've been playing Nier Automata? What? I want to watch. When are you gonna play Nier Automata again? Caterpie. Wait, let me catch a Caterpie.
Yeah, I don't have my VR right now. I'm letting Maestro borrow it. Wait, what time is it? You guys wanna go say... Oh, no. Okay, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Tell him and I will find you in Minecraft. You guys wanna go say hi to Maestro? Once we finish the sketch. Let me finish the sketch first, but... Because I'm gonna be over there anyway. Normally I don't... I'm using choice words just in case he's listening. Usually I don't go to the same person 2 streams in a row. But... Since this is technically part 2 of the big hype thing that happened the other day that I'm trying not to say out loud just in case he's listening. I think he's not listening because he's starting up his thing right now. Without, you know what I mean. But I think I'll make this exception.
Hi, Isaac. Welcome in. Welcome in.
You're a full 30 seconds behind? Oh, man. I can't even imagine having that much skill issue. No, I'm so sorry, Nick. I had to say it. I'm sorry. My brain. I take it back. I take it back. No, no, no. I hope if you need to refresh, try refreshing again. Or it might not work. I don't know. You might play it sooner. Again sooner rather than later. For me's your fave game? Grame. Third? Oh, it's your third play. Okay. Very fair, though. I've only played through the whole game. I played through the whole game once. And I really liked it. I was like, oh my good... Honestly, when they call it a replay in Nier Automata, it does not even feel like a replay because it's all new content for the most part. How is that a replay, bro? I love it, though. I love that you get to yada yada, spoiler. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, that game is really nice.
I'm glad to hear you've been having fun with it again.
Sounds exciting. I'm excited too. More bot. I mean, we're gonna be over there again as well. I kind of want to listen to what he's doing right now, but I don't want to stream snipe him. Wait, I can turn it off so I can hear it and you guys can't. Hold on. I'm sorry. If you guys want to listen to it on your own, hi Bone Marrow. If you guys want to listen to it on your own, here you go.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm going to split my audio real quick. So give me a moment. Oh, my lady. Oh, my lady. Doing a lot of side quests for the first time in the playthrough. Oh, you know, Hulky, honestly, when I first played Nier, and I went Nier Automata, and I went through the whole thing, I did 0 side quests, because I was doing it on stream, and I was like, man, you guys don't want to watch me do side quests? That's boring. Please tell me how actually, I want to go over there at some point. You stream so late at night, though. But I want to go over there sometime, because I want to see some of those side quests. I never got to play through any of them. Don't mind me, I'm splitting the audio real quick. Wait, how do I do this? Let me think. I don't think I'm gonna be able to split the... Okay, I can deal, I can deal. Can you guys hear this? Hold on, let me check first. Yes, you can. Alright. Give me one schmeckant. One schmeckant. Properties. Opera? Oh, I wish I was using Opera. Freaking Twitch being whack. Okay, now can you guys hear this? You can hear it through my microphone, but that's different. Hi, Bang. Perfect. Okay, now I can listen to Maestro while you guys do your thing. Alright, where was I? I didn't feel like it right. No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Halki. We're doing a lining of a sketch. This is actually Bone Marrow's character right now. We've been lining it a little bit. I need to fix some of that, though. Hold on. I heard nothing. Good, good, good. You were playing the role of uncle because your nieces were misbehaving? Aww. You got this. She's Marrow in the Bone Marrow media. Oh, snap. Who would have thunk? I'm really glad to hear you can project your voice. I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at projecting my voice personally. I'm also not really trying to, though. I guess it could be deemed important to learn. You got the word today that your official move back is on Wednesday. Wait, that's in 2 days. In 2 days? Also, it looks like we do have stream lag, so we're gonna deal with it because we are cool. Yeah. Oh crap, my butt is doing a thing right now. Hold on. Like it's ingrating into my cushion. I hate to say it. It's like eating my. It's like eating my chair cushion right now. My goodness, that was uncomfortable. Okay, I'm much better now. How are you guys doing? So, oh, the fact that you're bass as well. Hot dog. That means you can have the extra loud voice. Because I feel like people like me who have like okay, my voice is not nearly as high pitched as some people's. But some people that do have like the high pitched voice, you can't really be that loud because high noises, for whatever reason, they just don't get heard very much. Which is probably why it's very easy to zone out when, for lack of better terms, when there's someone with a high pitched voice talking, it's very easy to zone them out. Because it's just the, what's it called? The tone of voice. I would not be offended if you guys zone me out. I completely understand. You with the other end. My mouth. No, get back here, techno. It's hard sometimes. You've learned it, right? If you really want to be heard, like if you want to be loud and be heard, you have to bring your voice down. Like you have to, like if you're yelling at bears, for example, because we get bears in my area, you have to like you have to be low as a someone that's a high pitched voice normally. You have to be low and you have to yell like, get out of here. You know what I mean? Instead of being like, get out of here. You know what I mean? You have to have a good one, Advent. Oh wait, I thought you were. Wait, what? For some reason, I read that as, have a nice rest of your day, instead of you have a really nice voice. Advent, I don't know where or how I read that as that. I am so sorry. But I hope you're having a nice day nonetheless. I'm gonna be completely honest. Yeah. Exactly, bone marrow. Chat, did you know that I do? Did you know that I have a energy drink code? Heck yeah, not everyone drinks energy drinks. I completely understand if you don't, but if you do and want to try it, hey, it is an option. They also have the hydration line that does not have any caffeine in it, so I'm considering picking up my own because I would like to try energy drinks that don't have caffeine in it because I don't want to get addicted to caffeine or anything. I don't know how else to put that. Yeah, bro, sometimes my brain goes on. Yes, right now it is 30% off for the Rogue Energy. If you guys drink Rogue Energy, feel free to use my code at checkout for 30% off up until June 20th. After June 20th, it no longer applies. It is 20%. It's 20% off. Still pretty good, but not 30, so act now if you can, if you want to. In fact, I will also act soon. Hi, Fiona. Oh my gosh, Maestro's body's on screen, bro. Not to be weird. Hi, Drowsy. I hope you're doing well. Heck yeah. How you doing today, Fia? How you doing today, Drowsy? You voiced Ratchet once for Ratchet and Clank. I've heard of it. I wish I could tell you I know Ratchet and Clank. I don't really know them that well. But that's really cool to hear that you voiced in a thing. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I keep losing tracking because it's getting dark in my room. You've been adding caffeine to your drinks for energy? Wait, really? Oh, carotene. I read that wrong. Completely healthy and helps with muscle growth. Isn't that like bones? No. Tons of study done it with no negative effects. Isn't that like bones or like your nails? To your drinking nails? Oh. Okay, I'm confused. Cretine? Cretine? No wonder I read it wrong. The guy that got to replace me was also spot on for the original voice, so I totally understand. Still, I mean, nothing has to be perfect. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be perfect. It could be, well, I guess if they want it to be accurate for the video game. It was a video game, right? And they were making an animation for it. I don't know. Meh. Dude, well, just got home. Good morning. Or, well, you know what I mean. Not good morning, but good morning. I think I'm going to do the tattoos in color. Actually, I don't think I'm going to do the tattoos yet. I'm going to do them... Hold on, I'm thinking right now in my brain. I am going to add color, but it's only going to be base color. I'm not going to shade it. Or anything. Oh, goodness. Let me try that again. With the correct bucket tool this time. I know there's a fade. I'll add the fade in a minute. This is see-through, so I'm gonna color over that as well. Ooh, Jazzy, what's up, Faxa? Have a good one! Say hi to Jazzy for me. Give Jazzy a treat for me. From me. Please. Just working away. I believe in you, Fia. I feel it. We're working together. Working all day, every day, bro. I'm tired. Animation based on the video game characters. Okay. Best suited for villains, himpos, and gruff heroes. That's nice. That's a nice range, though. Because not everyone's got that, yo. I'm actually gonna change up the eyes. I don't like this anymore. Hi, Carto. Welcome in. Welcome in. I will say, though, it's like 80. Oh, my gosh. It is so hot today. I feel that. I might have to run and do that as well, Drowsy. I feel that. Hold on. My eyeball itchy. I feel that so much. Sweating all day, bro. You used an ominous laugh? Oh. Oh, what the heck? Seductive laugh. Interesting. Mix up there. Oh, there's a Jigglypuff. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay. The heat wave. I know. You know, we don't have AC. In my house right now, we don't have AC. So I have to suffer for a little bit, but hopefully today we can turn on the AC and not suffer. I'm gonna cry, bro. I no longer want to suffer. We should be, tomorrow, we should be good. We should have AC by then. Hopefully. I'm really hoping. Oh, man. Ugh. Oh, wait, what? No, I did that wrong. No, I did that right. No, yes. Wait, I did that right. Ugh. My brain, bro. I don't need to do this part, but I'm gonna do it anyway. There we go. I was like, something feels wrong about all this. Do I use hyperballs? It would be, oh, it's a little late now, but exclamation point, Pokecat space hyperball. I think if it's a one letter, or, oh my gosh, if it's a two, what the heck was I saying? Two word. If it's 2 words, make sure it's 2 words. Make sure it's 2 words. Because Ultra Ball, for example, needs to be 2 words. If you don't have AC, I hope you at least have DC. AC DC, bro. Thunder! Oh, wait. You said you want me to sing an AC/DC song, bro? Oh, I think that would hurt my voice a lot. Ooh. Beans, beans, beans. Wait, what'd it do? Oh no, the Pokemon. I am so sorry to hear. Not the Pokemon, bro. don't need the AC or the DC as much as I need bagpipes. What? And yeah. No, no, sorry, Lifeless. Aww. I hope so, Bone Marrow. That's exciting.
Yeah.
If I can't get to the tattoos for this sketch, I would at least like to get to the face tattoos, in the very least. In the very, very least. Let me do this gradient. No. There we go. Jump scare ads, I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it. Ah! Thank you for the dwink. I'll dwink right now. Bring a laugh out. Okay, okay, Rib. Oh no. Original AC/DC had bagpipes? Did it really? Holy baloney. I did not know that. I only know... Honestly, when it comes to AC/DC, I only know the popular songs. I am so sorry. But I like them, in the very least. When they moved over to the voice that's iconic with AC/DC, and they started, you know, they had him singing, that's when those are the songs that I know. Who did that?
Marine boy. What the? Marine boy, thank you so much for the club biddies. I really appreciate it. For the club biddies. The club biddies. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Bone barrel. is there a salute emote? Emote or emoji? Because I have, like, saluting like that, but I don't... Oh, no, there should be. Or do you mean like this? Because then there's a... Yeah. Pathetic. That does not look right. Let me change that. Help. That's the only salute you have access. Isn't that the, Star Trek? Live long and prosper. I think that's all I have too. Vulcan salute. You've got 5? Wait, why did you ask? It's also saluting, but it's technically a different word. Saluting, isn't that salute like stand at, no wait, that's standing at attention.
Salutations.
Oh yeah, that is a salute. Or saluting. That is a salute. Oh no, the eyes. It's only different because of the word. It's only a. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. Most of the time I'm using my phone so they don't show up. Oh, you mean the 7TV emotes. Beans. Yeah, only a different word because of the suffix. She's almost empty.
No.
I didn't get to fix. I had to fix some of this.
No.
Let me just finish fixing.
Good work, gang.
What? Oh. Oh.
Hi, Chris. How you doing? Hi.
I want to add that glow too, but here, you know what? I can do that real fast. But I didn't get to add the tattoos. Ew. Next time, if you redeem it again and you really want me to do even more to this bone marrow, I can add the tattoos to it and I can add shading. Ooh. But that would be for another redeem. Here, let me take everything that was from the previous redeem. I'm gonna name it sketch. There we go. And everything from today's redeem, and it'll be line and color. Line and color. What do you think? Oh, crap. Where did the... Oh. Hold on, wait. You know what? No, I'm gonna write something new. I'm gonna write bone marrow line and color. Thanks, bone marrow. It's a fun style change. Yee. Oh crap, I can't fit this. I'll just do color. There we go. It's coming along.
Eee. Thank you, Lucky. I feel like we did a lot. Let me stretch. Who's this? It's amazing. This is Bone Marrow's character, Marrow.
You can see the reference on the left. Absolutely not made by me. Beautiful character. I really like the way that it glows. I want to add more glowing onto this if we do it again. I would love to. Yes, please. But, lots of beautiful glows. I really like that. I know, I want to add more of the tattoos. There's even tattoos on the arms and on the chest. I want to add them. But we did not get to today. That's okay. Let me save this real quick before I forward. Bone marrow, sketch, no, color. There we go. All right. All right, are you guys ready? We're gonna go. You already know. I'm not even gonna say it out loud. Well, I don't think he can listen to us. But you know, Rim, if you're not over there, hurry up and go on to Maestro's because he's looking at your gift right now. Apparently you got him a gift and he's looking at it. So if you're not already there, please go over there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Sorry about, wait, I have nothing to apologize for. Usually I apologize and I don't have anything. I'm not sorry for anything. If you guys would like to, please check out our Twitter. Don't check out, honestly, don't even check out the Instagram. I gotta remove that from the command. Or, even more importantly, our Discord, because if you hang out in our Discord, you have a chance of getting an Academy OC of your very own. Some of the things that we have been doing lately is drawing a bunch of Academy OCs, and if you haven't seen it, it's because we've been doing a lot of Rogue Energy stuff, which I will do the command after we do the Raid command stuff, which is right there. If you haven't already heard, we are now partnered with Rogue Energy. Thank you so much again, Rogue Energy. If you want a heckin' 30% off your Rogue Energy, just try it out, feel free to use my code there in the link. If you do, you will get 30% off. And I might get it myself because I really want to try more of the hydration line. Really exciting. Really exciting. Yes, after 3 days, it will go down to 20%. Not to rush anyone, I'm just letting you know. I am just here as the middleman to inform you that the option is there. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, Bone Marrow, I'm considering it too. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I am definitely considering though. We will see. Thank you all for coming today, and I will see you all tomorrow. These are my thighs.